Hey there, night owls. Glad you're here to join me. It's 8:43 p.m. for me right now. Let me know what time it is where you're listening from. Let's see who's the biggest night owl tonight. I've got some chilling stories lined up to keep you company and send shivers down your spine as the night stretches on. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to like and share. Your support means the world. Now, settle in and let the stories begin. It was supposed to be a simple day hike. My daughter and I planned it for weeks, picking a trail in the Pacific Northwest known for its gentle slopes and beautiful views. I wanted to give her a break from the city, some fresh air, time away from screens and noise. We packed a small backpack, some snacks, a map I had studied carefully, and set out early in the morning, full of excitement and anticipation. The first few hours went perfectly. We talked about school, friends, and the upcoming summer. She was laughing, her hair catching the sunlight as it filtered through the tall trees. The forest was alive with birdsong, and the trail beneath our boots was soft with moss and pine needles. It was one of those rare moments when the world felt peaceful and right. But then something changed. It started small. She slowed down, looked over her shoulder more often, her smile fading. I asked if she was tired or thirsty, but she shook her head, staring ahead with a distant look. I figured she just needed a rest, so we stopped by a small stream to drink and catch our breath. She sat quietly on a fallen log, her fingers tracing the rough bark as if lost in thought. When we got up to continue, she hesitated at a fork in the trail. I checked the map again and told her which way to go, but she seemed uncertain. I told her to trust me, to keep close, but she stopped completely and looked deeper into the trees, eyes wide. "Dad," she said softly, "do you hear that?" I strained to listen. The forest was quiet, the birds gone silent as if waiting. I couldn't hear anything unusual. I told her it was probably just the wind or some small animal. She nodded, but didn't seem convinced. We pressed on, but the path grew narrower and less familiar. The sun climbed higher, and the shadows deepened. Then, without warning, she slipped and fell on a patch of wet leaves. She caught herself but looked shaken. "Maybe we should turn back," she said, voice trembling. I agreed, and we started heading the way we came, but the trail seemed to twist and shift. The trees grew closer together, and every turn looked the same. I checked the map again, my confidence waning. Then I realized something that made my stomach drop. We were lost. I tried to stay calm for her sake, but the panic was rising inside me. We called out, hoping for a response from other hikers, but the forest swallowed our voices. Hours passed as we wandered, retracing our steps, trying to find landmarks. The sun began to dip, casting long shadows that made the woods feel unfamiliar and threatening. Then it happened. My daughter disappeared. One moment she was beside me, and the next she was gone. I called her name, my voice breaking with fear. I searched frantically, pushing through thick underbrush, scanning the trees, but she was nowhere to be found. I felt the world close in around me, the cold creeping through my clothes, the darkness swallowing hope. I ran back to the trailhead and alerted the rangers. Search parties were organized, flashlights and dogs sent into the night. I joined them, my heart pounding with desperation. We combed the forest, shouting her name, calling over and over, but the woods answered only with silence. As night deepened, the search was called off temporarily. They told me to rest, to be ready for morning. but I couldn't sleep. I sat outside the ranger station, staring into the blackness of the forest, praying for a sign. And then, at 2 a.m, in the dead silence, I heard it. Her voice. Soft and clear, trembling but unmistakable. "Dad, I'm here." My blood ran cold, but I didn't hesitate. I grabbed a flashlight, a radio, and my jacket and plunged into the dark woods, following the sound. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches whispering secrets I couldn't understand. The forest floor was uneven, slick with dew and fallen leaves, and I stumbled more than once, but I kept moving, guided only by her voice. It called to me again, closer this time. "Dad, I'm here." I called back, voice cracking with emotion. "Where are you? I'm coming." The path seemed to wind deeper into the woods, the trees thickening, blocking out the stars. The air grew colder, heavier. My flashlight beam darted across trunks and leaves, searching for any sign of her. Then, suddenly, the voice stopped. I froze, heart hammering. I called her name again, but the silence was complete. I scanned the ground and found something that made my breath catch. A pair of boots. They were worn and covered in mud, too large to belong to my daughter. Flat, adult-sized boots, lying abandoned on the forest floor, as if dropped in a hurry. I knelt down, fingers trembling as I reached for them. There was no sign of anyone nearby, no footprints, no broken branches, nothing but the damp earth and the stillness. I called out again, louder this time. "Honey, are you there?" Only the whisper of the wind answered me. I sat back on my heels, overwhelmed by a mix of relief and dread. Relief that she might still be close, but dread because whatever had called me here was not the daughter I knew. The forest felt alive with secrets, and I realized then that this was only the beginning. The silence that followed finding the boots was suffocating. I sat there in the dirt, my heart pounding louder than the forest around me. The only sound was the faint rustle of leaves, but even that felt amplified, like the woods were holding their breath. I kept looking around, shining the flashlight in every direction, but all I saw was the dense darkness and the thick trunks of towering trees. No sign of my daughter, no sign of anyone. The boots lay in front of me, their worn leather slick with mud and glistening faintly under the flashlight's beam. They were far too big for her. I touched the laces, feeling the rough texture, the cold dampness. I could not explain how they had ended up here, in this place where I had just heard a voice I thought only she could make. The thought twisted inside me, a knot of confusion and terror. I called out again, voice breaking, "Sweetheart, where are you? Please answer me." I waited, but no reply came. I wanted to believe she was close, hiding behind a tree, scared but safe, waiting for me to find her. But deep down I feared something else was at play. Something that used her voice to lure me deeper into the woods. The moonlight struggled to break through the thick canopy above, casting strange shadows that danced just beyond my sight. My mind raced as I tried to piece together what had happened. Had someone taken her? Was this some cruel trick by another hiker? Or was the forest itself playing with me, twisting reality in ways I could not understand? I remembered the stories the rangers had told me about these woods, tales of people disappearing, strange lights, and voices calling out at night. I had laughed them off before, but now, standing here alone, the stories felt far too real. The line between what was possible and what was terrifyingly unknown blurred. I stood up slowly, boots crunching on the forest floor, and looked back toward where the trailhead should be. The darkness seemed to close in from all sides, and the path I had walked earlier was swallowed by shadows. My flashlight flickered once, then steadied, but the sudden dip in light made me jump. I felt my skin prickle with the weight of unseen eyes watching me. I began to move cautiously, boots sinking into the soft earth, every step heavy with dread. The voice had stopped calling, but the feeling of being drawn deeper into the forest did not fade. I told myself to stay calm, to focus on the map in my head, but the woods seemed to change with every turn. Trees that were once spaced far apart now grew close together, their branches intertwining like fingers blocking the sky. I kept calling her name, the sound echoing through the silence, but the only response was the occasional snap of a twig or a rustle in the underbrush. I paused, holding my breath, straining to catch any sign of movement. The dog's bark might have been comforting, but she was miles away, at home with my partner, safe but worried. Hours felt like minutes, and minutes stretched into eternity. I felt like I was walking in circles, trapped in a nightmare, where the only guide was a voice that had vanished. My legs ached, my throat was raw from shouting, and the cold seeped into my bones. Yet I could not stop. Not while there was even the faintest chance she was out here, waiting for me. Suddenly I heard it, a faint whisper carried on the wind. It was barely audible, like a breath, but it was unmistakable. "Dad." My heart leapt. I dropped to my knees, eyes wide and searching. "Where are you? I'm coming." The whisper came again, closer this time. "Dad." I scrambled forward, pushing past low branches and tangled roots. The voice was like a thread, pulling me through the dark, fragile and desperate. I stumbled over a fallen log, hands scraping against rough bark, and kept going. Then, just as quickly as it had started, the voice stopped. I stood still, breath ragged, scanning the darkness for any sign of her. The forest was still once more, oppressive in its silence. The sudden absence of sound felt like a trap, and a cold dread settled deep in my stomach. I knelt again by a patch of damp earth, fingers tracing the outline of something hidden beneath the leaves. It was another boot, this one half buried and worn, matching the first in size and age. I felt tears sting my eyes. How many pairs were there, and whose were they? I sat back against a tree trunk, the cold seeping through my clothes. I tried to make sense of what was happening. The voice I had heard was hers, or something perfectly mimicking her. The boots belonged to someone else, someone much larger. Was it a person hiding in the woods, or something that could change shape and sound to lure prey? I thought about calling for help, but the radio I had left at the ranger station was miles away. My phone had no signal deep in the forest. I was alone. Fear and determination warred inside me. I knew I could not give up, but I also knew I had to be careful. If something was out here, it was clever, patient, and dangerous. I stood slowly, wiping dirt from my hands, and started walking again. This time, I moved deliberately, listening carefully for any sounds that might lead me to her. The wind shifted, carrying a faint scent, something earthy and faintly sweet. I followed it cautiously. The forest around me felt alive with unseen movements. Shadows flickered at the edge of my vision. Every crunch of leaves underfoot sounded like footsteps behind me. My pulse quickened. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of something, a figure standing between two trees, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. It was too tall to be my daughter. It stood perfectly still, watching me with eyes that seemed to glow faintly in the dark. I froze, unable to tear my gaze away. The figure's mouth moved, but no sound came. Then it stepped back into the shadows and vanished. I called out, voice shaking, "Who's there? What do you want?" Only silence answered. I was alone again, but the forest had changed. The night was no longer just dark. It was something else, something alive and waiting. I knew then that finding my daughter meant facing whatever this was, and that meant stepping into the unknown, deeper into the woods where voices could lie and shadows could take shape. The moment the figure disappeared into the darkness, I felt the weight of the forest pressing in from all sides. My breath came in short, sharp gasps, and the cold seeped deeper into my bones. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, leaving only the feeble beam of my flashlight to pierce the oppressive blackness. Every sound, the rustling leaves, the distant call of an owl, felt magnified, and yet there was a heavy silence beneath it all, like the forest was holding its breath. I took a cautious step forward, heart hammering, trying to convince myself I was not losing my grip on reality. I reminded myself of the facts. My daughter was missing. I had heard her voice calling out, unmistakably hers, but the signs around me suggested something was very wrong. The boots, the shadows, the figure just seen, they all pointed to a presence I did not understand. I needed to find her. No matter what, I had to believe she was alive somewhere in this tangled maze of trees and darkness. The forest was unfamiliar territory now, every twist and turn holding a new uncertainty. I tried to recall the route we had taken earlier, but the trail markers were faint or absent. The trees all looked the same in the low light, their trunks blending into one another like ghostly sentinels. I called her name again, my voice cracking with desperation. "Emily, where are you? Please answer me." The silence that followed was cruel and endless. I stood still, listening for any hint of a response, but the night offered nothing. My mind raced with fear and frustration. What if the voice I heard was not hers? What if I was chasing a phantom drawn deeper into the woods by something that wanted me lost? I shook off the thoughts and pressed on, moving slowly and deliberately. I kept my flashlight steady, scanning the forest floor for any sign, footprints, clothing, anything that might tell me where she had gone. I stumbled over a root, catching myself against a tree. The bark was rough against my palms, grounding me in the moment. I told myself to stay focused, to not let panic take hold. Suddenly, I heard a faint sound, a rustling, maybe footsteps. I stopped dead, heart racing. I held my breath, listening. The sound came again, soft and distant, moving through the underbrush. I called out, "Emily, is that you?" No answer, but the movement continued, slow and deliberate, just beyond the reach of my light. I took a few careful steps toward the noise, trying not to make a sound. The forest seemed to close in around me, the branches reaching out like grasping hands. I felt exposed and vulnerable, Then a flash of movement caught my eye, a shadow slipping between two trees. I swung the flashlight in that direction, but found nothing but empty space. My pulse quickened. Was I imagining things? Or was someone, or something, watching me? I wanted to turn back, to return to safety, but the thought of leaving her out here alone was unbearable. I clenched my fists and pushed forward, deeper into the woods. The terrain grew steeper and more tangled, but I refused to stop. As I climbed over a fallen log, my foot caught on something solid. I looked down and saw a small, crumpled piece of cloth tangled in the leaves. It was a piece of her jacket, the blue one she had been wearing. My chest tightened with a mixture of hope and dread. She had been here. She was close. I called out to her again, voice stronger now. "Emily, I'm coming for you. Stay where you are." I waited, breath fogging in the cold air. No answer. But something shifted in the darkness. I caught a glimpse of a figure watching me from behind a tree just for a second. It disappeared when I blinked. I started running then, heart pounding in my ears. I called her name until my throat burned, stumbling over roots and rocks, not caring where I was going as long as I kept moving toward her. The forest twisted around me, a labyrinth that seemed to change with every step. After what felt like an eternity, I came to a small clearing. The moon broke through the clouds, casting pale light on a patch of soft moss and wildflowers. In the center lay a single boot, the same flat, adult-sized one I had found earlier. Beside it, a small stone was balanced precariously. I knelt down, fingers brushing the cold surface of the boot. It was damp and covered in mud, but strangely clean compared to the forest floor. The stone felt warm, almost alive in my hand. Suddenly, a chill wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it a whisper barely audible but unmistakable. "Dad." I looked up, heart in my throat. The voice was distant but clear, a fragile thread of sound that pulled me forward. I stood, flashlight trembling in my hand, and moved toward the edge of the clearing where the trees grew thickest. The voice called again, closer this time. "Dad, I'm here." I stepped into the shadows, branches brushing against my face, leaves crunching underfoot. The voice led me deeper into the forest, weaving through ancient trees that seemed to watch silently. As I followed, I realized something chilling the voice was no longer quite right. It was her voice, but distorted, stretched thin like a memory fading with time. It felt like an echo, a shadow of her calling from somewhere just beyond reach. I stopped, gripping a tree for support. The realization hit me hard. This was not my daughter. Something was using her voice, something that wanted me lost, desperate and alone. The forest grew colder still, and the shadows deepened. I heard a faint rustle behind me and spun around, but saw only darkness. I called out once more, voice steady despite the fear rising inside. "Emily, if you're here, show me. Let me find you." For a moment, there was only silence. Then, from the darkness, a figure emerged, not quite human, but not entirely otherworldly either. It wore clothes like mine, boots like those I had found, but its eyes were hollow, empty voids. It smiled a slow, unnatural curve of lips and whispered in a voice that was both hers and not hers. "Come with me." I felt the pull of that voice, like a tide dragging me forward. My feet moved without command, following the figure deeper into the night. But I fought it, a spark of hope and love burning inside me. "No," I said firmly, voice breaking the spell. "I'm coming for my daughter." The figure hesitated, eyes narrowing, then dissolved into the mist like smoke caught in the wind. I stood alone once more, breath steaming in the cold air. The forest was silent again, but I knew the night was far from over. Somewhere out there, my daughter was waiting, and I was not going to stop until I found her. The night seemed to stretch on endlessly as I pushed forward, the darkness thickening around me like a living thing. My flashlight barely cut through the blackness, flickering now and then as if struggling to hold onto its meager light. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, made me jump, my nerves raw and frayed. But I could not stop, not now, not when I was so close. The figure's voice had faded, replaced by a heavy silence that pressed against my ears. I could feel my heartbeat pounding in my chest, the cold air biting at my skin, and the ache in my legs growing worse with every step. But the thought of my daughter, alone and scared somewhere out there, drove me onward. I forced myself to keep moving, repeating her name like a prayer. As I walked, the forest seemed to change. The trees grew even taller and older, their trunks thick and gnarled. The underbrush became denser, tangled roots and vines reaching out to snag my boots and tear at my clothes. I had to crouch and crawl through narrow passages, my hands scraping against rough bark and jagged stones. It was as if I had entered a different world, one where time and space warped around me. I stopped briefly to catch my breath beside a moss-covered boulder, wiping sweat from my forehead. The forest was silent, except for the distant hoot of an owl and the soft drip of water from leaves heavy with dew. The cold seeped deeper into my bones, and I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me. My phone was dead, my radio useless without signal. I was utterly alone. I tried to recall the details of the day, the trail we had taken, the landmarks I had noticed, but now they seemed meaningless. The woods had swallowed them whole, leaving only confusion and fear. I felt lost in every sense of the word. Suddenly, I heard a faint sound, something between a whisper and a sigh carried on the wind. My heart leapt. I followed it, moving cautiously, careful not to disturb the fragile balance of the forest. The sound led me to a small clearing bathed in silver moonlight. There, sitting on a fallen log, was a figure. At first I thought it was my daughter. The shape was small, delicate, wrapped in a faded jacket, but as I drew closer, doubt gnawed at me. The figure's head was bowed, shoulders trembling with silent sobs. I called out softly, "Emily?" The figure lifted her head slowly. Her face was pale, eyes wide and glassy, reflecting the moonlight like pools of water. For a moment, relief flooded me, but then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The eyes were empty, hollow, lacking any spark of life or recognition. She spoke, voice trembling, "Dad, I'm cold." I stepped forward, heart breaking. "I'm here. I'm going to get you out." But as I reached out, the figure vanished like mist, leaving only a whisper on the wind and the faint scent of pine and earth. I staggered back, breath catching in my throat. The forest seemed to pulse with energy, as if it was alive and watching. I realized then that what I had found was not my daughter, but something else, a lure, a shadow using her image to draw me deeper. Tears welled in my eyes, and for a moment I felt hopeless. But then, a quiet voice in my mind reminded me of why I was here. My daughter was real. She was out there, somewhere beyond the shadows and illusions. I pressed on, guided by a mixture of instinct and desperation. The woods closed in around me, but I refused to give up. Every step was a battle against exhaustion and fear, but I kept going. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. I had lost all sense of time. The forest seemed endless, a maze of darkness and silence. Then, just as I was beginning to doubt everything, I saw it. A faint glow in the distance, soft and pulsing, like the flicker of a candle in a storm. I moved toward it, heart pounding with a fragile hope. The glow led me to a small creek, its waters shimmering under the moonlight. On the far bank I saw footprints, small and light, like a child's. They were fresh, pressed deeply into the muddy earth. I knelt to examine them, breath trembling. They were hers. I called out softly, "Emily, I found your footprints. I'm right here." The forest answered with a low, mournful wind that whispered through the trees. Then, from the shadows beyond the creek, I heard it, a soft, familiar voice. "Dad." I didn't hesitate. I crossed the creek, water soaking my boots, and stepped into the darkness beyond. The trees thinned, and I found myself at the edge of a clearing bathed in pale moonlight. There, standing alone, was my daughter. She looked as I remembered, young, scared, but alive. Her eyes met mine, wide and searching. "Dad," she whispered, voice trembling, "I'm so cold." I ran to her, pulling her into a tight embrace. Her skin was cold, almost icy, but she was real. She was here. We stayed there for a long moment, holding onto each other as the forest around us seemed to exhale. The shadows retreated, and the heavy silence lifted like a weight. I asked softly, "Where have you been? What happened?" She looked up at me, eyes filled with tears. "I don't know. I got lost. The woods, they changed. I heard voices, but they weren't yours. I was scared." I nodded, tears streaming down my face. "I was looking for you. I heard your voice too." She squeezed my hand, her grip weak but real. "I'm sorry I scared you." "We're together now," I said firmly. "I'm not going anywhere." We made our way back slowly, carefully retracing steps I barely remembered. The forest felt less menacing now, more like a place that had tested us and found us strong. As dawn broke, the first light filtering through the trees, I felt a profound sense of relief. We had survived the night, the unknown, the fear. At the trailhead, I called the rangers and told them she was safe. Their faces softened with relief, but I saw in their eyes a mixture of disbelief and caution. These woods had stories, they said, stories that would not be easily forgotten. I held my daughter close as we waited for help, feeling the warmth of her body against mine. The night had taken so much from us, but it had not taken her. The boots, the voice, the shadows, they were real, but they were not stronger than a father's love and determination. We left the forest behind, but the memory stayed with me, the way the darkness could twist and deceive, the way hope could be a fragile flame in the cold. And as we drove away, I knew one thing for sure. I would never stop listening for her voice, no matter where it called me. The morning light spilled into the car as I held Emily close, her shivering slowing as she warmed against me. Her small frame was trembling less, but the cold she'd been carrying was deeper than the chill of the night. I glanced at her pale face. The way her eyes fluttered closed briefly before she clutched my shirt tightly. It felt surreal to have her back after all the fear and searching. We were silent for a while, the car's engine humming softly beneath us as we waited for the rangers to arrive. I wanted to ask her everything, but I knew she wasn't ready to talk, not yet. The forest had left its mark on her, and the weight of the unknown was still heavy between us. Instead, I just held her, letting the quiet moments settle in, like the calm after a storm. When the rangers finally showed up, their faces were a mix of relief and concern. They listened carefully as I explained everything: the hike, the voice in the woods, the boots, the figure. Some of it they seemed to understand, other parts they glanced at with wary disbelief. They said these woods had a reputation for strange disappearances, for eerie stories whispered among hikers and locals alike. I nodded, knowing that what I'd experienced was beyond their usual explanations. Emily stayed close to me, her small hand gripping mine tightly. I could tell she was still scared, but being with me helped. She kept glancing out the window at the trees, the shadows that now seemed less threatening in the bright daylight. I wanted to protect her from what we'd seen, from the way the forest could twist reality and play tricks on your mind. That day, as we made our way back to the trailhead and eventually home, I kept replaying everything in my head. How could something mimic her voice so perfectly? How could the forest feel so alive and yet so dangerous? I knew I wasn't imagining things. This was real, and it was far from over. Over the next few days, Emily and I tried to return to normal life, but the experience clung to us like a shadow. She had trouble sleeping, sometimes waking up in the middle of the night whispering about voices in cold places. I did my best to comfort her, but I felt the same creeping fear beneath my skin. The woods had left a scar on us both. I started researching, reading everything I could find about disappearances and strange phenomena in those forests. There were stories going back decades, people hearing voices, shadows following them, footprints appearing and disappearing without explanation. Some accounts mentioned a presence that lured travelers deeper into the woods with familiar sounds and sights. I shared some of these stories with Emily carefully to help her understand she wasn't alone. She listened quietly, eyes wide but thoughtful. I didn't want to scare her more, but I also wanted her to know that what she experienced was not her fault or imagination. One evening, as I was sorting through some of my notes, Emily came to me with a small, worn notebook she had found buried under her bed. It was filled with drawings, trees, faces, and strange symbols. On the last page was a simple message in her handwriting: "The white trees are watching." My heart skipped a beat. I asked her about it, and she told me about a place she'd glimpsed in the forest during those dark hours, a grove of trees so white and luminous they seemed otherworldly. She said the figure she saw had asked if she had seen the white trees before disappearing. That phrase haunted me. What were these white trees? Were they real, or part of whatever presence had been calling her? I knew I had to find out. The next day I took Emily back to the trailhead. She was hesitant but brave, her small hand firmly holding mine. We walked slowly along the trail, searching for anything that matched her description. The forest was alive with birdsong and the rustling of leaves, but beneath that was the same feeling, a quiet watchfulness. After hours of walking, we came to a secluded glade where the trees looked different. Their bark was pale, almost glowing in the sunlight filtering through the canopy. The air here was cooler, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that seemed to absorb sound. Emily's eyes lit up. "This is it," she whispered. We stayed there for a while, sitting quietly among the white trees. Emily traced her fingers along the bark, as if trying to memorize every detail. I took photos and notes, hoping to learn more. The place felt peaceful, but also charged with something ancient and powerful. As the sun began to set, we made our way back. The forest no longer felt threatening, but still mysterious. I promised Emily we would come back again, that we would keep looking for answers together. That night, I lay awake thinking about everything. The voice, the boots, the figure, the white trees. It was like a puzzle with pieces scattered across time and space. I realized that this was not just a story about a lost girl. It was about something deeper, something that connected us to the forest in ways we could barely understand. I knew the road ahead would be long and uncertain, but I also knew one thing: I would never stop searching for the truth, for my daughter, and for the light hidden in the shadows of those woods. The morning after our visit to the glade of white trees, Emily and I woke to a quiet house, the kind of stillness that feels heavy with anticipation. The air outside was cool and crisp, the Pacific Northwest mist clinging to the windows. Despite the sleep that had finally claimed me after days of exhaustion, I felt a nervous energy buzzing beneath my skin. We both did. Emily sat at the kitchen table, her fingers tracing the edges of the notebook she had brought with her, the one filled with her drawings and that haunting message about the white trees. She looked up at me, her eyes steady but carrying the weight of everything we had been through. "Dad," she said softly, "I think the forest wants me to remember." I nodded, not sure what to say. I had hoped for some normalcy, some sense of closure, but it was clear that the story was far from over. We decided to go back to the woods, not because we wanted to, but because we had to. The white trees were more than just a place. They were a symbol of something ancient, something that tied Emily's disappearance to the forest itself. The stories I'd read, the experiences we'd lived, all pointed to a presence that blurred the line between the natural and the supernatural. That afternoon, we packed what we could: flashlights, blankets, food, and made our way back to the trailhead. The ranger station was quiet, the rangers nodding in understanding when I told them where we were headed. They warned us about staying together, about the strange phenomena reported in these parts. Their words weren't empty caution, they carried a genuine concern. Emily held my hand tightly as we stepped onto the trail. The forest greeted us with its usual chorus of birds and the gentle rustling of leaves. But beneath that, there was a palpable tension, like the woods themselves were watching, waiting. We moved slowly, following the path toward the glade. The farther we went, the more the familiar sights faded, replaced by the pale bark and soft moss of the white trees. The air grew cooler, almost electric. Emily's breathing slowed, her face calm but focused. When we reached the clearing, Emily stopped and looked around, her eyes scanning the trees as if searching for something. I waited, heart pounding. Then she stepped forward and knelt by the base of one tree. She reached into the moss and pulled out a small weathered box, half buried beneath the earth. The wood was cracked, the metal hinges rusted, but it was intact. She looked up at me, voice barely a whisper. I think this is why I was lost. Together, we opened the box. Inside were faded photographs, old letters, and a small hand-carved wooden figure, a girl with wide eyes and delicate features. The letters told a story of a young girl who had vanished in these woods decades ago, her disappearance shrouded in mystery and sorrow. As I read, I realized the story mirrored Emily's in eerie ways. The girl had spoken of the white trees, of voices calling her into the forest. The townsfolk believed the woods held a spirit, a guardian who both protected and ensnared those who entered. Emily clutched the wooden figure to her chest. "Maybe she's the one I heard," she said softly. The forest around us seemed to hum with life, the shadows shifting in the corners of my vision. I felt a strange calm, as if the woods were acknowledging our discovery. The presence that had haunted us was not malevolent, but bound to the land, a guardian caught between worlds. We stayed in the glade until the sun dipped below the horizon, the light fading into a gentle twilight. As we made our way back, the forest felt different, less a place of fear, and more a realm of memory and connection. Over the following weeks, Emily's nightmares eased and her laughter returned. We visited the glade often, honoring the girl who had come before and the forest that held her story. We planted a small memorial, a circle of stones with the wooden figure at its center. I learned that sometimes the unknown is not a threat but a story waiting to be told, a bridge between the past and present. The forest had taken my daughter, but had also given her back in a new way, wrapped in mystery and hope. And as I watched Emily play beneath the canopy of white trees, I knew that while the woods would always hold their secrets, we had found our own piece of peace, a story of survival, love, and the enduring bond between a father and his daughter. I have a 6-year-old daughter named Ellie. She's bright, stubborn, always talking, and has that kind of imagination that swings between adorable and exhausting. If she's not talking about ponies that live in the garden, she's asking why clouds don't fall. She's just curious, always has been. Which is why I didn't think much of it when she said it the first time. I was tucking her in, pulling the blanket up under her chin, and she looked at me very calmly and said, "He watches me when the lights go out." I blinked, thought maybe I misheard. "Who does?" I asked, smoothing her hair. She pointed to the far corner of the room, just past her bookshelf. "The man." I smiled, the way you do when your kid says something strange, and tried to match her tone. "Is he scary?" She shrugged. "He doesn't blink." I paused. "Does he say anything?" "No," she said, "he just watches." It wasn't until after I kissed her goodnight and shut the door that it started to bother me. Not because I believed her. Not really. But because of how she said it. Like she was talking about the weather or what she had for lunch. No fear, just fact. I checked the room later that night. She was asleep by then, sprawled out diagonally across the bed the way kids do, one sock halfway off. I stood in the doorway for a full minute, staring at that corner she had pointed to. There was nothing there, no shadows, no weird reflections, just a stuffed bear on a shelf and the pink outline of a play tent folded up against the wall. I went back downstairs, turned on the telly, and told myself it was just a kid being a kid. The next night she mentioned him again. I had barely sat down beside her when she said, "He didn't move last night. He just stayed there." My stomach tightened, but I kept my voice steady. "Ellie, are you dreaming about him?" She shook her head. "No, he's real." That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept checking the monitor we have in her room. It's basic, just audio and a fuzzy black and white screen, but enough to hear her if she called out. She didn't. Not once. But I woke up around 4 and found myself staring at the screen anyway, like I had been watching without remembering. The room was still. Ellie didn't mention him again for a few days after that. I let myself forget it. Told myself it was just something she saw in a cartoon, or maybe something another kid at school said. Kids pick up weird things. It didn't mean anything. Until Friday night. We had pizza and watched a movie in the living room. She fell asleep on the couch, so I carried her up to bed. She woke up just long enough to yawn and mumble, "He watches better when it's dark." I stopped in the hallway. "What?" She was already half asleep again, eyes fluttering shut. I tucked her in without saying anything else, but my mind was racing. That night, I ordered a nanny cam off Amazon, one with motion detection and night vision. I wasn't even sure why I was doing it, not because I believed in ghosts or anything like that. I just wanted to know if she was sleepwalking, or if someone outside could see into her window somehow. Something I could explain. The camera came the next day. I set it up on a high shelf across the room, aimed down at her bed and the corner she always pointed to. I connected it to an app on my phone, ran a few tests. Everything looked good. That night, I watched the feed from the living room. She went to bed like normal, a little chatter, a stuffed bunny tucked under one arm. I watched her roll around for a bit, then settle in. Nothing happened for over an hour. Just the usual movements. Her shifting in her sleep, the blanket sliding off one side. Then, right before midnight, she sat up. Slow. Not like she had been startled. Just sat up, completely calm, and stared directly at the camera. She didn't move, didn't blink, just stared. I turned the volume up. She whispered something. It was quiet, like she was talking into her pillow, but the mic caught it. "He's behind the camera now." The screen glitched. Just for a second. Static, then black. When it came back, her bed was empty. I jumped up, phone clutched in one hand, and bolted up the stairs. Her door was closed. I opened it fast, not caring if I woke her. The room was empty. No Ellie in the bed, no blanket, no bunny. I called her name, checked under the bed, nothing. Pulled open the closet, empty. The bathroom next. Then my room. Then back down the stairs, calling her the whole way. It wasn't until I circled back through the kitchen that I saw her. She was sitting on the floor behind the island, holding her bunny, completely calm. Like she had just gotten up for a drink and sat down instead. She looked up at me and smiled. "He didn't follow me this time," she said. I didn't speak. I didn't know how. I carried her back upstairs without saying a word. She was light in my arms, warm, head resting on my shoulder like nothing had happened. like this was just another sleepy Sunday morning or a school night bedtime routine. I should have said something to her, asked who he was, why she said he didn't follow her. But I didn't. I think part of me was scared of what she'd say. When I got her back into bed, she yawned, turned over, and pulled the blanket up around her chin without a word. She was asleep again before I even left the room. I sat in the hallway outside her door for nearly an hour after that, just listening. For movement, for breathing, for anything. The camera feed never glitched again. I re-watched it at least 15 times that night. I thought maybe it had been a connection issue. Maybe she had slipped off screen too fast. Maybe my eyes had just filled in something that wasn't there. But every time, it was the same. She sat up. She looked straight into the lens. She whispered that he was behind the camera. Then the screen went black. And when it came back, the bed was empty. Not a blanket disturbed, no sound, just gone. The thing that kept running through my mind wasn't that she had moved, or even how she had ended up downstairs. It was what she said before it happened. He's behind the camera now. That phrase hit different every time I thought about it. Like it wasn't just her imagining something in the dark. It was her tracking it, knowing where it was, describing its position like it had shifted, like it had noticed me watching. I didn't sleep that night. In the morning, Ellie was completely normal. Pancakes with strawberries, brushed her teeth without me asking, picked out her own clothes. I kept waiting for her to say something about the man, about the night before, but she never did. I asked her once, gently, while I tied her shoes. "Do you remember coming downstairs last night?" She shrugged. I was just cold. That was it. Not scared, not confused, just cold. I walked her to school like always, waved goodbye at the gate, and the moment I got home, I went straight to the nanny cam footage again. I sat there watching every frame of it for the 5th or 6th time, heart pounding like I was waiting for something to jump out. And that was when I noticed something new. It was small, barely there, but at the edge of the frame, when Ellie first sits up and stares at the camera, there's a flicker of movement. Not from her, from the corner she always points to. The one she told me he stands in. The image pixelates just slightly, but it's there. A shape, not light, not shadow, something else, something wrong. It doesn't move like a person. It doesn't shift like someone adjusting their feet or turning their head. It folds somehow, like it compresses into the wall, and then the feed cuts out. I turned off the monitor, got up from the desk. I needed to do something. I took everything off that shelf, books, toys, the lamp, the camera itself. I moved the bed, swept underneath, opened every drawer. I checked the walls. Pressed my hand against the corner where she always says he stands. Knocked once, twice, nothing. Just paint and drywall. No cold spots, no sounds, no explanation. I almost left it there, almost gave up again, but something told me to check the closet. It was the one thing I hadn't really looked through since I installed the camera. Ellie's closet is small, just a sliding door, a row of dresses, a couple of shelves. I opened it slowly, expecting nothing. But the smell hit me first. Not bad, not mold or rot, but different, old. like dust and plastic and something that had been sealed for a long time. I moved her clothes aside. Behind the last dress was a panel. I had never noticed it before. Just a thin cutout in the back wall, about the size of a vent cover, except there were no screws, no frame. Just a rectangle flush with the wall, like someone had measured it and then pressed it in by hand. I tapped it. It sounded hollow. I didn't open it. Not yet. Instead, I closed the closet and sat down on the floor. And then I called my sister. She lives on the other side of the city, has 2 boys, both older than Ellie. I trust her, and more importantly, she never laughs at stuff like this. I told her everything, not just the recent stuff, but what Ellie had been saying for weeks. The staring, the whisper, the camera, the disappearing. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "You're not crazy." I felt like I could breathe again. She told me to bring Ellie over for a few nights, just to reset, to see what happened when she wasn't in the house. I said I would. But first, I had to know. So I waited until Ellie was at school the next day, waited until the sun was high and every light in the house was on. Then I went back to that panel. I got a butter knife from the kitchen and pried at the edge until it gave a little. It popped open with a soft, almost wet sound. Behind it was a dark, square cavity, no deeper than a foot, just space. And inside was a small cloth bag. I reached in and pulled it out. The bag was heavy, and when I opened it, I found 3 things. A single marble, a folded piece of paper, and a photograph of Ellie, sleeping. The photograph was the first thing I really saw, even though I had opened the note first. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this. It was printed on cheap photo paper, slightly curled at the edges, like something developed at a pharmacy kiosk. The image was dark and grainy, clearly taken at night, but what stood out immediately was the shape of the bed, Ellie's bed, and the shape curled up in it. My daughter, sleeping, blanket twisted around her legs, hair fanned out across the pillow. I flipped it over, no date, no writing, just the photo. The lighting wasn't from the nanny cam. I knew that instantly. It wasn't from the shelf, wasn't from the hallway either. This had been taken from inside the room. Somewhere low, maybe crouched in the corner. I couldn't figure out the angle at first. Then I realized what bothered me the most. The frame was crooked, slightly tilted, like whoever took it had held the camera at a strange angle, or wasn't using their hands at all. My hands started shaking. I set the photo down on the bed and unfolded the paper. The creases were soft, like it had been folded and unfolded many times. On it, written in uneven handwriting, were only 4 words. "He stays when seen." That was it. Not signed, not dated, just a warning, or maybe a rule, something left behind by whoever had been in this room before. I didn't know what to do. I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the wall, the tiny square panel still hanging open like a wound. Part of me wanted to run downstairs and call the police, but what would I say? That I found a photograph of my daughter sleeping in a hidden compartment in her closet, that a 6-year-old had been talking about a man who watches her from the corner and then vanished off a camera feed. I didn't even know if any of it meant anything, not in a way that made sense to someone outside this house. But I knew one thing. We were not staying. I packed a bag for Ellie and called the school, told them she would be out the next few days. No questions. They were kind about it. I picked her up early, brought her home, and tried to act normal while she ate lunch and watched cartoons. Then we drove across the city to my sister's place. When we got there, Ellie ran straight to her cousins. She lit up like nothing had ever been wrong. It almost made me cry. My sister could see it in my face, though. After the kids went to the other room, she handed me a glass of water and waited. I showed her the photo first. She didn't say anything for a long time, just stared at it. Then she asked, "Where did you find it?" I told her about the panel, the bag, the marble, the note. She kept her voice low, like we might wake something if we spoke too loud. "You think someone was in the house?" I nodded. "I don't think it. I know it." We went back and forth for a bit, trying to make sense of it. Who had lived in the house before us? Was it possible someone had come back? Was there a chance this wasn't what it looked like? I didn't have any good answers. That night, I slept on the pull-out couch. Ellie slept in the guest room with her cousins. I kept the photo and note folded in my bag next to me, even though it made my skin crawl to have them nearby. I checked on her 3 times before I finally let myself fall asleep. At around 3 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of soft footsteps on the hardwood floor. I sat up quickly, eyes adjusting to the light from the street lamp outside. But there was no one there. Just quiet, and the feeling that something had moved just out of view. I got up and walked to the guest room. The door was half open. Inside, the 3 kids were asleep, curled up in a row like puppies. Ellie was in the middle, holding that same stuffed bunny she never goes anywhere without. Nothing seemed off. No windows open, no curtains moved. Still, I stepped in, and that was when I saw it. On the bedside table, just next to her pillow, was the marble, the one from the bag. I had left it behind, I know I did. It was still sitting in her room, on top of the dresser, when we left the house. I hadn't touched it, hadn't even packed anything from that drawer. But it was here now, sitting perfectly still. Not dusty, not scuffed, like it had just been placed there. I didn't wake her, I didn't scream. I picked up the marble, slipped it into my pocket, and backed out of the room. The next day, I drove back to the house alone. I needed to know who lived there before us, who built that panel, who left that note. I needed to know if this presence started with Ellie, or if it had always been there, waiting for someone to see it. What I found out made everything worse. The office that handled our house sale was in a quiet building just off a roundabout. The kind of place with flickering lights in the stairwell and that old carpet smell that reminds you of dentist visits or school halls. I didn't know what I was looking for exactly. Records, maybe. A name. Some note buried in the paperwork that explained the hidden panel in Ellie's closet, or why there had been a photograph of her in it before we ever knew it existed. The woman at reception remembered me, which was a small relief. I gave her our address and said I wanted to speak to whoever had handled the transfer when we bought the place. She checked something on her screen and nodded, then led me into a back room with a folder already in hand. She spread the pages out in front of me. Most of it was normal, legal language, signatures, dates. The seller had gone through a management company that specialized in estates and repossessed homes. I had not thought much of it at the time. The price had been good and we were in a rush. I asked, "Who owned it before that?" She frowned and checked the screen again. "It looks like it was left vacant for several years. The city held it briefly, then it was sold to a private landlord. He rented it out for a while, then it came to us." "Do you have his name?" She hesitated. "Technically, I am not supposed to give out former owner information unless it is a legal matter." I didn't blink. It might become one. That changed her face slightly, not fear, but recognition. She nodded slowly, then scribbled a name and number on a post-it note and handed it to me. His name was Arthur Fenn. The address listed was outside the city, maybe 40 minutes away. I drove there right after. The building was one of those long rectangular flats stacked in concrete, cracked balconies and rusted handrails. His name was on the buzzer. I pressed it. Nothing. I waited, tried again. Eventually someone buzzed me in without asking who I was. I climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. Arthur Fenn opened it in a bathrobe. He looked like he had not slept in a week. Hair wild, skin pale, the kind of eyes that never fully landed on you. I introduced myself, told him I now lived in the house he used to own. He did not blink. Then he stepped aside and said, "You should not have come here." Inside, the flat was dim and smelled faintly like burnt wood. Not smoke exactly, just scorched air. He gestured for me to sit but did not follow, just leaned against the counter, arms folded. I told him about the photograph, the note, the marble. I told him about Ellie, about the nanny cam, the voice, the screen going black. He stayed quiet the whole time, not nodding, not reacting. When I finished, he asked, "Did she draw him yet?" I stared at him. "What?" He reached behind a stack of old magazines and pulled out a piece of paper. A child's drawing, faded crayon lines, all dark colors. It showed a figure in the corner of a bedroom, taller than the furniture, no face. Only the eyes. Circles drawn over and over, pressing through the paper. He handed it to me. "My daughter drew that," he said. I did not speak, could not. She was 6, same as yours. She saw him too. Said he stood in the corner every night. Said he got closer when she stopped looking at him. Said he would only stay still if she kept her eyes on him. I asked, "Where is she now?" He looked away. "She lives with her mother. They moved, changed her name. They do not talk to me anymore. They do not even let me call." I felt a tightness in my chest. He continued, "I put the panel in the closet. I made it look like it had always been there. I thought if I gave him somewhere to stay, he would leave her alone." My voice was barely above a whisper. "Did it work?" "No," he said. There was nothing else to say. I took the drawing and left. Back in the car, I held it up in the light. The figure was just scribbles, but something about it made my hands shake. The way the corners were darkened. The way the face was just blank, except those huge eyes. I drove home. Not to my sister's. To my house. I needed to see the closet again. Needed to open the panel one more time. I do not know what I thought I would find. Maybe another note. Maybe a name. maybe a clue that would tie all of this together. But when I got to Ellie's room and pulled open the closet, the panel was gone. Not just closed. Gone. The wall was smooth, repainted. I ran my hand along the spot, tapped, nothing, solid all the way through. I opened every drawer, pulled out every toy, every shoe. I even moved the bed. The panel had vanished. I sat on the floor and stared at the empty space where it had been. Then I heard the soft sound of something rolling. I turned. The marble had come out of my pocket and was now moving across the floor on its own. Not fast. Just steady. It rolled until it hit the wall where the panel used to be. Then it stopped. I picked up the marble and held it in my hand for a long time, just staring at it. It felt warm again. Not like body heat, not like something that had been in my pocket. It felt warm in a way that suggested it had been held by something else, something that was not me. I didn't put it back in my pocket this time. I took it outside, walked to the end of the garden, and threw it over the fence. Not hard. I just wanted it to be gone. I watched it bounce once in the dirt before it disappeared into the bushes beyond. I stood there for a moment, like I expected something to happen, but the air was still and quiet. I went back inside and packed a few more things. I was done pretending this could be reasoned with, done assuming it would stop on its own. Ellie was staying with my sister. That part was final. What I had to decide now was whether or not I should go back to the house at all. But the next morning the marble was in my car. It was sitting in the cup holder between the seats, like someone had gently placed it there, clean, unmarked, like it had never left my hand. I did not scream. I did not even speak. I just started driving. I went straight back to the house, parked in the driveway, and walked in without hesitation. The air felt different the moment I stepped inside, thicker, heavier, like the house was waiting. Like it had settled into itself and was finally aware that I was alone. I left the front door open. In Ellie's room, I stood in front of the closet again. I pressed my hands against the wall where the panel had been, still smooth, still solid, but I could feel something behind it, not air. Not space, just pressure, like the wall was holding something back. I sat down on the edge of her bed. The room was quiet. I looked at the shelf where the nanny cam had been. I had unplugged it days ago. It was still there, facing the same direction, angled just slightly toward the corner. I turned it on again and opened the feed on my phone. The image came through clear, nothing unusual, no movement, no shapes. Then, as I watched, I saw the closet door begin to slide open. Slow, smooth, not a sound. Just a few inches. I lowered the phone and looked directly at it. It was still. Closed tight. I checked the feed again. Still open. I got up and crossed the room, yanked the closet door all the way open. Nothing inside. Just the same clothes, same boxes. But I knew now I was not going to find it that easily. That afternoon I picked up Ellie from my sister's place. She was quiet on the drive back, but not in a sad way, just thoughtful, staring out the window, holding her bunny in her lap. Halfway home she said, "You saw him, didn't you?" I almost pulled the car over. I said, "What do you mean?" She looked at me, her voice calm. "You look too long. He knows you now." I did not speak, could not. She turned back to the window. That night I did not sleep. I sat in the living room with every light on and the nanny cam feed open on my phone. Ellie was safe with me, curled up on the couch. I kept her close. I did not let her sleep in her room again. At 1:40, the screen glitched. Just for a moment. Then it showed the hallway instead of the bedroom, like the camera had moved, but it had not. Then it cut to black. When it came back, there was a new image. It was not a video. It was a photograph. Ellie in bed, sleeping, taken from above. I checked the camera again, still in place. But the screen on my phone had changed. It was frozen on the image. When I restarted the app, the feed returned to normal. No one in the room. No sound. But the photograph was now saved in my phone's gallery. I did not take it. And it had been taken from an angle I could not explain. I showed Ellie the photo the next morning. I should not have. But I needed to see her reaction. I needed to know if she would say something. Her face was still, but her voice cracked just slightly. "He gets closer when you try to catch him." I asked her, "What happens if he gets too close?" She shook her head. "He does not want to be close. He just wants to be known." I asked her what that meant. She looked down at her bunny. "It means you should not look too long." That afternoon, I went through her old drawings. There were hundreds. Some on lined paper, some on scraps. Most were normal. Animals, flowers, a lot of rainbows. But buried between them was one I had never seen. It was of her room, drawn from the perspective of the bed. And in the corner, just like she had said, was a tall shape. No face, just eyes. Too many eyes. Drawn over and over again. I sat with that drawing in my lap for a long time. I realized this had never been about the house. It had always been about attention, about recognition. And I had seen him. I did not go back into Ellie's room again after that last drawing. I left the paper on the table, folded once down the middle so the figure would not be visible. That shape, with those eyes, it was not something a child should know how to draw, not in that kind of detail, not with that kind of pressure in the lines. You could feel her fear in it, even though she had never once said she was scared. I talked to her again that night, gently. I asked her what he wanted. She said he did not want anything. "He does not need anything," she said. "He just watches, and he stays when you see him." She kept saying that part, that he stays, like it was a rule, like it was already too late. The house felt different now, even with the lights on, even with music playing and the windows open. There was something still pressing in from the edges. I started noticing things I had missed before. The way the hallway stayed cooler than the rest of the house. The way the air in Ellie's room never quite cleared, even with the window wide open. There was always something lingering, a weight. The marble showed up again. I found it in the freezer, tucked behind a bag of peas, resting on the edge of the ice tray. I had thrown it away, again, wrapped it in a bag and dropped it in a public bin near the park 2 days earlier. I had watched a truck take that rubbish away. But there it was, perfectly round, perfectly still. I did not touch it. I closed the freezer, grabbed Ellie's things, and told her we were going on a trip. She asked where. I said, somewhere without corners. She smiled. We went back to my sister's for a while, a long while. I made up excuses at first, said the pipes had leaked, said the ceiling was being fixed, but eventually I told her the truth, or enough of it. I said we could not stay there, that the house was not right, that something in it watched us, and it had started with Ellie and spread to me. She did not roll her eyes. She did not laugh. She just nodded once and helped me find somewhere new. We moved 2 months later. A small flat on the other side of the city, bright, plain, nothing old, nothing hidden, no panels, no closets you could crawl into. I picked a building with central heating and no attic. No crawl space, no basement. The windows lock with keys, and I check everyone twice a night. I leave no door cracked open, no blind pulled halfway. There is nowhere for anything to stand and watch. And for a while that was enough. Ellie stopped talking about him. She slept through the night. Her drawings turned back to animals and flowers and stars. We threw out the nanny cam. We threw out the marble. I burned the photo. Every trace of him gone. Or so I thought. Because 2 nights ago she woke me up again. She was standing at the side of my bed, not crying, just waiting. I sat up fast, already tense. "What is it?" I asked. She held something out to me. A scrap of paper. Another drawing. This one showed 2 beds, hers and mine. She had drawn herself sleeping in one and me in the other. And in between, tall and dark, was the same figure. He was standing in the hallway. I looked up at her. Her voice was flat. "He is not in my room anymore." That was the moment I knew what I had to do. I went back to the house the next morning, alone. It was still empty. I had stopped trying to rent it out weeks before. Something in me had known this day was coming. I brought a crowbar and gloves. I did not know exactly what I planned to do, only that it had to end. I went into Ellie's room first. The closet was back to how it had always been, but I knew the spot. I tore the panel open again, not carefully, not like before. This time I broke it, smashed the edge until it gave way. The cavity was empty. No bag, no note, no marble. I moved to the corner, the one she had always pointed to. I tore the drywall open. Behind it, there was no insulation. Just space. A small crawl gap, narrow, like it was not meant to be seen. I shone my torch inside. There were drawings. Dozens. Taped to the inside of the wall. All of them showed the same figure. The same posture. The same eyes. Some were signed with names I did not recognize. One said, in a child's careful print, "He stands where your eyes cannot." I set fire to every one of them. Right there in the crawl space. I stayed until the paint bubbled and the smoke reached my eyes. Then I walked out. The fire was small, contained, but it did enough damage to the structure that the house was declared unsafe. I sold the land to the council for almost nothing. I watched them bulldoze the frame 5 weeks later. Ellie never asked about it. She never mentioned the man again. That was almost a year ago. She is 7 now. She sleeps with the light off again. She does not look at corners. Neither do I. And when I check her room each night before I go to bed, I make sure to keep my eyes straight ahead. The first time I saw it, I honestly thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. We had just started the remodel on the old house's basement window, the one on the side of the house that had been boarded up for years. The wood was rotting and the glass was cracked, so my partner and I decided it was time to replace it. We pried away the old frame and lifted out the shattered glass, then cleaned the window well. That's when I saw the face. It was pressed right up against the outside of the glass, pale and still, as if someone was standing there watching us. The face was close, maybe a little over 3 feet from the window, and it had no expression, just empty eyes that seemed to stare right through me. I swear for a moment, I couldn't breathe. I took a step back, and my heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. My partner didn't see it at first. When I pointed and told him to look, he leaned over, squinting. He thought maybe it was a reflection or a shadow. But then he stepped back too, and his face went pale. We both started fumbling around, trying to rationalize what we saw. The house was old, sure, but who or what would be outside the basement window watching us? We were nervous enough that in a panic we grabbed a hammer and smashed the glass in the window well, hoping to scare off whatever was there. When we looked again, the face was gone. We pressed our ears to the wall, shouting into the dark, but there was no answer, no footsteps, no sound at all, just the faint echo of our own voices. The whole thing felt like some kind of nightmare, one where your brain tries to fill in gaps with things that don't exist. We kept telling ourselves that maybe it was just a trick of the light or a neighbor's reflection. But I couldn't shake the image of that face still, pale and blank. It felt like it was watching, waiting. A few nights later, things got worse. We had locked the basement door securely. The house was quiet, except for the usual creaks and groans that come with an old place settling in. But then, down in the basement, we heard something strange. Heavy breathing, slow and deep, like someone or something was right there, just on the other side of the door. We froze, staring at the door, waiting for whatever it was to make a move or speak, but it didn't. The breathing stopped after a few minutes, and we both breathed a sigh of relief, convincing ourselves it must have been the dog or maybe the furnace. But it wasn't the dog. Our dog, who usually sleeps soundly on her bed, had started acting strangely. She growled at the corner of the cellar like she could sense something there. Her fur stood on end, and she refused to go down the stairs alone. I tried to reassure her, but even she seemed convinced there was something wrong. Then there was the water. We noticed puddles forming underneath the basement window, but it hadn't rained in days. The soil around the house was dry, and the gutters were clean. It was like the water was coming from nowhere, pooling right where the face had appeared. We checked for leaks or broken pipes, but found nothing. The house began to feel different, colder in the basement, heavier in the air. The windows that had once let in a little light now seemed to close us in with shadows. Every time I went down there, I felt like I was being watched, like the walls themselves held a secret I wasn't meant to know. I started noticing small things that didn't add up. Doors that I was sure I had closed were open. Tools I left in one place would be moved. And the dog was never far from me, always alert, always tense. I wanted to tell myself it was all in my head. The stress of remodeling an old house, the late nights working and worrying about money, maybe even a bit of exhaustion. But every time I heard the breathing or saw a shadow shift just right, I knew something was wrong. We talked about calling someone, maybe a professional or even a priest, someone who could help us figure out what was going on, but part of me was afraid that acknowledging it would make it worse. Sometimes ignorance feels safer, even when you know it isn't. So we waited and watched, hoping that whatever was behind that basement window was just a leftover echo of the past, something that would fade away with time. But deep down, I knew we weren't alone. I keep thinking about that face, the way it didn't blink or move, the way it seemed almost waiting. It's like it knew something we didn't, and it was patient enough to watch for as long as it needed. Now, every night when I hear the dog growl or the breathing from downstairs, I wonder, what is really living in that corner of the cellar? Is it something human or something else entirely? And will it ever let us leave our house in peace? I had hoped that after that first terrifying night, things would settle down, but they did not. The breathing in the basement continued, sometimes late into the night, slow and heavy like someone struggling to catch their breath. I would lie awake in bed, heart pounding, straining to hear if it was there, or if my mind was playing tricks. The dog, who had been calm for most of the day, would suddenly stand up and growl at the bottom of the stairs, her hackles raised and teeth bared slightly. It was clear she was seeing or sensing something I could not. One evening I decided to take a closer look. My partner was out of town on a work trip, so I was alone with the dog in the house that felt increasingly unfamiliar. I grabbed a flashlight and went down to the basement, the dog following hesitantly behind me. The air was colder down there, damper than usual, and there was a faint smell of earth and mildew. I shone the light around, trying to see if anything had moved, or if there was some logical explanation for the noises. Near the corner where the window was, I noticed the puddles of water again. They reflected the beam of my flashlight, shimmering unnaturally. I knelt down to examine them, trying to figure out where the moisture was coming from. There was no pipe leaking, no crack in the foundation that I could see. The water seemed to gather there for no reason. As I stood up, I caught a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye. I turned quickly but saw nothing. The dog growled low and deep in her throat, staring at the spot where the face had appeared. I swallowed hard and whispered to her to be brave, though my voice shook. I tried to keep telling myself it was all in my head, that maybe stress and exhaustion were making me imagine things. But every time I returned to that corner, I felt that same pressure, the sensation that something was there, watching, waiting. I began to dread going into the basement alone. During the day, the house felt almost normal. The sun streaming through the windows chased the shadows away and made the place feel warm and alive. But as the evening fell, a heaviness settled. The basement seemed darker, more oppressive, and the sounds started again. Footsteps dragging softly on the concrete floor. The creak of a door opening and closing when we were sure everything was locked. One night, the dog refused to come downstairs at all. She stayed near the stairs, barking sharply at the door to the basement, her body tense and trembling. I knew then that whatever was down there was not just a trick of the mind or some stray animal. It was something else, something that unsettled even her instincts. My partner came home a few days later, and I told him everything. At first, he was skeptical. He suggested maybe the noises were just the house settling or the furnace kicking on. But after spending a night in the house, even he was unnerved. He heard the breathing, the footsteps, the soft noises that seemed to come from the crawl space behind the basement wall. We decided to call in a professional to check the house, an inspector, to look for any structural problems or animal infestations that might explain the sounds and the water. The inspector was thorough, crawling through the basement, checking the foundation, the pipes, and the window well. But he found nothing unusual, no cracks, no leaks, no signs of animals or pests. That left us more confused than ever. If it wasn't something physical, then what was it? The face pressed against the window, the breathing when the door was locked, the puddles of water that appeared without reason, none of it fit any normal explanation. I started researching the history of the house and the neighborhood, hoping to find clues. The house was over a century old, built in the early 1900s. It had gone through several owners, but no records of anything violent or tragic. The neighborhood itself was quiet, mostly families and retirees. No rumors of hauntings or strange occurrences. Still, I felt like we were living in a place with a secret, something unseen but very much present. Every time I passed the basement window, I half expected to see that pale face staring back at me. Every creak in the house made me jump. Every shadow lengthened in the corners. We tried to keep normal routines, but it was hard. Sleep was restless, and the dog's anxiety seemed contagious. She started sleeping in our bedroom, close to the bed, and we found ourselves checking the basement door multiple times before going to sleep. One evening, while I was cooking dinner, I noticed water dripping slowly from the window well outside. It was strange because the forecast said no rain, and the gutters were clear. I went outside to investigate but couldn't find the source. The water kept pooling there, cold and silent. The next day, we found strange markings on the basement wall right below the window. Faint scratches, almost like claw marks, but too shallow to be animal damage. They didn't seem old but new, as if something had been trying to get in or out. That night, the dog barked wildly at the corner of the basement. I went down to calm her and found the door to the crawl space slightly ajar. We had locked it firmly the night before. I swear, I did. My partner and I started staying up late, watching the basement, trying to catch whatever was there. One night, I swear I heard a whisper, a breathy voice that seemed to say something I couldn't understand. The dog growled fiercely, staring at the dark corner, her body low and ready. We debated calling someone, maybe a paranormal investigator or a medium. Part of me wanted proof, answers, something to explain this nightmare. But another part was terrified of what we might find. The house no longer felt like a home but a trap, a place where something watched and waited. Every day, the line between reality and fear blurred a little more. I don't know what's behind that basement window. Is it a person hiding, trapped in the crawl space? Is it something supernatural, playing with our senses and sanity? Or is it a malevolent presence, feeding off our fear and watching us every night? All I know is that when I look at that window now, I see more than glass and walls. I see eyes staring back at me, waiting for something we cannot understand. And I'm not sure how much longer I can pretend that everything is okay. I wish I could say things got better after we discovered the crawlspace door open that one night, but the truth is, everything only seemed to grow heavier, darker, more unsettling. My partner and I tried to act normal for a while, tried to ignore the strange happenings and focus on the remodeling project we had started, but the house refused to let us forget. Every time I walked past that basement window, I felt a shiver run down my spine, like the pale face was still watching me, waiting for something I could not understand. My dog was no help either. She was constantly on edge, pacing the halls, growling at unseen corners. I had never seen her so afraid, and that fear fed into my own. One afternoon, I found myself standing by the window, staring out into the dull gray light of a cloudy day. The puddles beneath the window had returned again, slick and still, even though the rain had stopped hours ago and the ground was dry everywhere else. I crouched down and touched the cold water, half expecting it to ripple or pull me in. It was a ridiculous thought, I know, but that's how trapped I felt. I wanted answers, real ones, not just the dark feelings and the strange noises. I began to dig deeper into the history of the house and the property. What had happened here? Had anyone lived in this basement? Was there some tragedy buried beneath the floorboards or behind the walls? I went to the local library and pored over old records, maps, and newspapers. The house had been built around 1910, according to the deeds, on land that had once been farmland. Nothing too unusual. No reports of deaths or disappearances connected to the property. Just normal life moving forward, with families coming and going. Still, I kept finding little oddities in the documents. The previous owners had sold the house rather suddenly. One family left after just a year, citing unexplainable occurrences and a feeling of being watched. But no one in the neighborhood seemed to talk about the house. It was as if it was forgotten, or people chose not to remember. At home, the nights were the worst. I started sleeping with the lights on, the basement door locked tight, and the dog curled up at my feet. Sometimes I heard the breathing again, slow and heavy, like the basement was alive with something unseen. Other times, I heard scratching sounds, like nails or claws scraping the walls, just beyond where I could see. One night, I got up to check on the dog and found her staring intently at the basement door, growling softly. As I reached to calm her, the lights flickered and went out. The house was plunged into darkness. I fumbled for my phone to use its flashlight, heart pounding as I shone the light toward the door. Then I saw it, the faint outline of a handprint pressed low on the basement window's glass, like someone had been trying to reach out, to touch the world beyond. The handprint was pale and cold-looking, almost translucent, and there was no way it could have been left by me or my partner. I backed away slowly, feeling the walls close in. The dog whimpered and moved closer, pressing her body against mine for comfort. I felt trapped, like the house was closing in, whispering secrets I was not meant to hear. That same week, I noticed something else. Small objects in the basement started to move on their own. A hammer I left on a shelf would be found on the floor. Nails spilled out of a box I had sealed tightly. Even my phone would sometimes ring with no one on the other end. I began to keep a notebook, writing down everything that happened, no matter how strange or mundane. It was a way to keep my mind grounded, to create some order out of the chaos. The entries ranged from dog growled at basement door at midnight to found water puddle again, no rain, and heard breathing under the floorboards. One evening I found myself unable to resist the pull of the basement any longer. I took a deep breath, grabbed a flashlight, and slowly descended the stairs, the dog trailing close behind. The air was thick and damp, and the beam of light cut through the shadows, illuminating dust motes floating lazily in the stale air. I reached the corner near the window and knelt down to examine the puddles again. This time, I noticed the water was unusually cold, colder than the basement air itself. I touched the surface with my finger and recoiled at the sudden chill. That's when I saw the scratches again, fresh and deeper this time, etched into the concrete beneath the window. They were jagged, like desperate marks made by something trying to escape or warn me. A cold breath brushed my neck, and I whipped around, flashlight swinging wildly. Nothing was there, only the still darkness and the faint sound of dripping water. The dog growled low and steady, her eyes locked on the far corner, where the crawlspace door sat slightly ajar once more. My hands shook as I approached the door. I pushed it open cautiously and peered inside. The crawlspace was small and cramped, filled with dirt and old pipes. The beam of light revealed nothing but shadows and dust. Suddenly, I heard a soft noise, a low, almost inaudible whisper. I strained to listen but couldn't make out the words. It felt like the house itself was speaking to me, a voice buried beneath the layers of wood and stone. I closed the door slowly and locked it, but the feeling of being watched intensified. I could sense eyes on me, following my every move. I started to research more about phenomena like this. I read stories about houses with restless spirits, entities tied to places where something terrible had happened, or places caught between worlds. Some called it a haunting, others spoke of something darker, a malevolent presence feeding on fear. I talked to neighbors, hoping someone else had experienced strange things, but they all shrugged or changed the subject quickly. No one wanted to talk about it. The house was just an old building to them. The isolation was suffocating. My partner tried to be supportive, but he was also scared. We argued sometimes about what to do. Should we sell the house, move away, or try to confront whatever was there? I couldn't leave. It felt like this was my fight. I had to face the darkness in the basement, the face in the window, and the secrets hidden beneath the floor. One night, I sat on the basement steps with the dog curled beside me. I whispered out loud, "Who are you? What do you want?" The house was silent except for the steady drip of water. Then, just as I was about to stand, I saw it a shadow flicker just beyond the window, a pale face pressed once again against the glass. I held my breath, heart pounding, and the face seemed to look straight at me. For a moment, I felt a connection, a sorrow and longing that went beyond fear. Then the face vanished. I realized then that this presence was trapped, tied to this place, maybe trying to reach out for help or release. I didn't know how to help, but I knew I couldn't ignore it any longer. The tension in the house kept building like a storm about to break. After seeing that face pressed against the basement window again, I couldn't stop thinking about what it meant. The sadness in those blank eyes, it felt like a silent plea, a message I wasn't sure I was ready to receive. My nights became restless. the shadows in the basement seeming to stretch closer, and the dog's anxious pacing only added to the feeling that something was not right. One morning I decided to reach out for help. I wasn't sure where to start or who to trust, but I found a local woman who specialized in old houses and the histories they carry. She was gentle but knowledgeable, and she agreed to come by and take a look around. I hoped she could offer some explanation, some way to make sense of the things we had experienced. When she arrived, she carried an old leather-bound notebook and a small kit of tools I didn't recognize. We started by walking through the house together, her eyes scanning the walls, the floors, and especially the basement. She listened carefully as I told her about the face in the window, the breathing, the water puddles, and the dog's strange behavior. Her expression grew serious, and she nodded slowly. "I've seen things like this before," she said quietly. "Old houses remember. They hold on to energy, emotions, even memories of those who lived and died within their walls. Sometimes that energy takes form like the face you've seen. It might be a spirit or something tied to the house's history." I asked if there was a way to help, to ease whatever was there. She explained that sometimes the past needs acknowledgement, a kind of respectful confrontation or ritual to bring peace. She suggested researching the original owners and any events connected to the property that might have left a mark. That evening I dove back into the archives, this time with a new purpose. I uncovered names and stories, families who had lived in the house, births, deaths, hardships, and losses. One name stood out, a young man who had disappeared decades ago, rumored to have vanished without a trace in the very area near the basement. The locals whispered about his ghost haunting the property, and some spoke of a strange figure that would appear at the basement window. The story hit me hard. Could the face we saw be his? Was it a trapped soul trying to reach out to someone who would listen? I felt a mixture of fear and compassion. Whatever this was, it was not here to harm, but maybe to be understood. That night, with the woman's guidance, we prepared a simple ritual. We lit candles, spoke softly, and left offerings near the basement window, a way to invite peace and connection. My partner was skeptical, but joined in, hoping it might help us find closure. We waited in the quiet darkness, the dog resting by our side but still alert. The air grew heavy, and I thought I heard whispers, like the house breathing with us. For a moment, I saw the pale face again, but this time, it seemed less menacing, more like a shadow of a person caught between worlds. The ritual did not end the presence immediately, but it marked a turning point. The breathing noises became less frequent, and the water puddles started to disappear. The dog's growling lessened, and the basement felt a little less cold. Still, the mystery remained. We didn't have all the answers, but we had taken a step toward understanding. The house was no longer just a place of fear. It was a place where stories lived, and sometimes those stories needed to be heard. I realized that living with this presence meant accepting uncertainty. Some things might never be fully explained, but facing them with openness and care could bring a fragile peace. The basement window no longer felt like a barrier, but a threshold, a place where the past and present met. And for the first time, I felt ready to meet whatever was on the other side with respect, not fear. Life continued, slowly returning to normal, but I never forgot the face behind the basement window. It was a reminder that some histories linger, and sometimes all they ask for is to be seen. After the ritual, things began to shift in ways I hadn't fully expected. The house still had its creaks and groans, but the oppressive feeling that had weighed on us lifted slightly. The dog's anxiety lessened too, and she was able to relax again in her favorite spots. Yet, despite these improvements, I couldn't shake the feeling that we hadn't yet reached the full story. The presence behind the basement window remained elusive, like a half-remembered dream just out of reach. I started spending more time in the basement, not out of bravery but necessity. There were repairs to finish, insulation to install, and countless other projects to keep the house livable and safe. Each time I descended those steps, I felt a cold rush of air greet me at the bottom, a reminder that this space held more than just dust and cobwebs. Sometimes, when the light was just right, I thought I saw a shape moving beyond the glass, but when I turned, nothing was there. My partner and I talked often about what we were experiencing. He was more pragmatic, pushing me to keep focused on the work, to not let the unknown consume me. But I could tell he, too, was affected by the subtle changes, the way the air would drop in temperature suddenly, or how the basement door sometimes creaked open on its own. We agreed to stay vigilant, but not let fear dictate our lives. One weekend, I invited the woman who had helped us with the ritual back to the house. She wanted to perform a more thorough blessing, a ceremony designed to bring lasting peace to the space. I welcomed her with cautious hope. We spent the day preparing, clearing out clutter and making space for the ceremony. I was nervous, but determined to do whatever it took to calm the restless energy that lingered. As dusk settled, we gathered in the basement. The woman lit candles, burning sage and sweetgrass to cleanse the air. Her voice was steady and soothing as she chanted prayers and ancient blessings, asking for protection and release. The dog sat quietly at my feet, her eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight. During the ceremony, I felt a deep vibration in the air, almost like the house itself was responding. The shadows seemed to shift, and for a moment I thought I saw the pale face again, but this time it was distant, fading like mist. It was as if the spirit was slowly loosening its grip, ready to move on. After the blessing, the house felt lighter. The basement no longer felt like a prison, but a space ready for new life. The water puddles under the window vanished completely, and the strange noises faded to silence. My partner and I finally slept through the night without waking in panic. Still, the experience left a mark on us. We realized that old houses carry the weight of history, some of it joyful, some tragic, and some just waiting to be acknowledged. Living with that understanding gave me a new appreciation for the place we called home. In the weeks that followed, I made it a habit to sit by the basement window, not with fear, but with a quiet curiosity. I thought about the person whose face we had seen, trapped behind that glass, and I hoped they had found peace. Sometimes, when the light caught the window just right, I imagined that face smiling faintly before fading away. I shared our story with a few close friends, careful to choose those who would listen without judgment. Their reactions varied, some skeptical, some fascinated, but it was a relief to speak aloud the experiences that had haunted me for so long. Talking about it made it less frightening and more real. The dog returned to her playful self, chasing sunbeams and curling up by the fireplace. Her transformation was a reminder that even the smallest companions sense what we often cannot, and that their instincts can guide us toward understanding. Our home no longer felt like a battleground, but a place where the past and present intertwined, where mysteries existed alongside everyday life. I still keep an eye on that basement window, but now I see it as a symbol not of fear, but of connection. It taught me that sometimes what frightens us is simply waiting for someone to listen, and in listening, we find a way to heal. The house had settled into a quiet rhythm after the blessing, but the memory of that pale face behind the basement window lingered in my mind like a quiet whisper. I found myself drawn to the basement more often, no longer out of fear, but from a sense of respect and curiosity. The shadow that had once haunted the corners seemed to have softened, as if whatever it was had finally found some peace, or had simply accepted its place in the quiet darkness. Even though the water no longer pooled beneath the window and the heavy breathing had stopped, I sometimes caught myself glancing toward that corner, half expecting to see that pale, expressionless face. It was strange to feel a kind of connection to something I could never fully understand. Sometimes I wondered if the presence had been trying to tell me something all along, maybe a story of loneliness, loss, or unfinished business. The house had its creaks and groans as any old place would, but none of them carried the same weight they once did. I started to feel a new sense of ownership and belonging, as if the house and I had come to an uneasy truce. It was still old and imperfect, but now it felt like home, not just for me and my partner, but for whatever had lived within those walls before us. I shared what we had learned with my partner one evening as we sat by the fireplace. He listened carefully, a hint of relief in his eyes now that the unexplained had shifted from terrifying to mysterious, from threat to something almost beautiful in its sadness. We agreed that some things are meant to be part of our lives, even if we never fully understand them. Over time, the neighborhood began to change as well. New families moved in, curious about the old house that had once been a source of quiet fear. We made friends with neighbors, told a few stories here and there, always careful to balance truth with the unexplainable. Most accepted the house for what it was, a relic of the past with its secrets, its memories, and its spirits. One day, while tending the garden, I noticed something odd near the basement window. There, resting on the windowsill, was a single small white feather. It was delicate and perfect, unlike any feather I had seen before. I picked it up gently, feeling a strange calm wash over me. I took it inside and placed it on the mantel, a quiet tribute to the presence that had haunted the basement for so long. I realized then that the feather was a symbol not just of departure but of transformation. Something had moved on, leaving behind a piece of itself as a reminder that it had once been there. I felt grateful for the experience, for the lessons about fear, acceptance, and the thin line between the seen and unseen. The dog, who had been our faithful companion through it all, seemed to understand too. She would sometimes sit by the basement window, looking out at the garden with soft eyes, as if remembering someone who was no longer there. Her presence was a comfort, a reminder that life and mystery often coexist quietly side by side. Our life in the house went on, filled with ordinary moments and occasional glimpses of the extraordinary. We learned to live with the unknown, embracing it not as a threat, but as part of the fabric of our home. One night, I stood by the basement window, the house quiet around me. The moon cast a pale light over the garden, and the air was still. I breathed deeply and whispered a thank you not for an answer, but for the journey. The face behind the basement window had changed me. It taught me about patience, about listening to what is not said, and about finding peace in the places where shadows live. It was a story without a clear ending, but that was the point. Life, like the house, is full of mysteries that we carry with us. I closed the window gently, feeling the weight lift just a little more. The house was no longer a place of fear, but a home filled with quiet memories and a lingering sense of wonder. And that was enough. This is the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. I'm not the kind of person who tells stories like this. You know the type, always trying to be the center of attention, always swearing they felt a presence or saw something in the mirror. That's not me. I'm a practical guy, logical. I keep to myself, do my job, mind my business. I take the bus to work every morning. Same route, same time, same seat if I can help it, second row on the left, window side. I've done that for years now. 7 years to be exact. Ever since I moved to this part of town, I work in tech support at an office that feels like it was frozen in 2009. Beige walls, burnt coffee, people who are tired of talking but do it anyway. It's not exciting, but it pays rent, and it's predictable. That's always been a comfort to me, predictability. I build my life around routine. Same breakfast, same bus, same late night shows before bed. It helps quiet my brain, keeps the spiral at bay. So, I notice when things change, even the small stuff. And that morning, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, something was off. Not right away. The bus pulled up on time. Driver was the usual guy, Glenn. Gray beard, one AirPod in, never smiles but always nods. I stepped on, tapped my pass, and did the usual scan of the aisle to see who was already on board. That's when I saw them. 2 people sitting in the very back row, man and a woman, both dressed too formally for a morning bus ride, dark coats, clean lines, something crisp and old-fashioned about the way they carried themselves. The man had a hat, not a baseball cap, a fedora. Who the hell wears a fedora at 7:30 in the morning? But it wasn't their clothes that stopped me mid-step. It was their faces, or more specifically, their eyes. I don't mean they looked scary or strange. They weren't deformed or glowing or anything dramatic like that. They were just blank, pale gray blue like fogged over glass. No emotion, no focus. It was like they were both staring at the space I was standing in, but not really seeing me. Not seeing anything. I'd never seen eyes like that. I sat down, didn't want to stare, didn't want to be rude. People act weird on buses all the time, right? Maybe they were coming from a funeral. Maybe they were on something. I told myself anything I could to shake the feeling that crawled up the back of my neck like cold air under a door. They never spoke. The entire 30-minute ride, they just sat there, perfectly still, not scrolling on their phones, not chatting, not adjusting their coats or bags, nothing, like they'd been posed there. I got off 2 stops before the office, like always, grabbed a coffee from the corner bodega, and tried to forget about them. But they were there again the next morning. Same clothes, same seats, same vacant eyes. and this time I knew they were watching me. I tried not to look, but something about them pulled my eyes back, like a magnetic field I couldn't resist. They weren't moving, they weren't speaking, but the woman had her head tilted just slightly to the side now, like someone listening very closely, like she was waiting. The man's hands were folded in his lap, fingers interlocked. His knuckles were white. I tried to tell myself they were just odd commuters, that maybe I'd been so locked into my routine for so long that I'd just forgotten how often new people came and went. I stared at my phone the whole ride, didn't look back. But the chill didn't leave me. You know that feeling when you're being watched, not seen watched? When you can feel someone's attention pressing into your skin, heavy and deliberate. That's what it felt like. All the way to my stop. That day at work, I couldn't focus. I forgot my login credentials, had to reset my password twice. I spilled coffee on my keyboard. My manager asked me if I was okay, and I lied and said I was just tired. Truth is, I wasn't sure what I was. The third morning I thought maybe they wouldn't be there. I told myself I was being paranoid. I'd had a bad week, that was all. I hadn't been sleeping well. The heating in my apartment was acting up. Normal stress. That's what I told myself. But I didn't believe it. I hesitated before getting on the bus that day. My hand hovered over the card reader like my body was giving me a chance to turn around. But I got on. And they were there. Same clothes, same seats, same dead eyes. Except now, they were smiling. Not big smiles, just the corners of their mouths pulled slightly upward, like they knew I saw them, like they were pleased. I sat farther up this time, closer to the front, couldn't help but check the mirror above the aisle, you know, the one that lets the driver keep an eye on the passengers. They weren't in it. I blinked, looked again. The seats were empty. But when I turned in my seat to glance back, there they were, still watching. That's when I knew. Something was wrong, very wrong. And it wasn't just in my head, because no one else seemed to notice them. Not Glenn, not the high school kids who usually sat in the back row, not the old woman who always wore purple and complained about the cold. The strangers were taking up space, my space, but no one acknowledged them. I wanted to ask Glenn. I wanted to say, "Hey, did you see those two in the back?" But the words felt stupid even before they reached my mouth. What was I supposed to say? "There are ghosts on your bus. Two strangers are haunting my commute." Number. I stayed quiet. But I knew this wasn't just bad sleep or anxiety. They were there for me. And somehow, I could feel it. They were waiting for something. I just didn't know what yet. I didn't sleep that night. Not because I was afraid they'd come to my door or anything like that. It wasn't that kind of fear. It was the kind that clings to the edges of your thoughts, making everything feel slightly off. Like the floor is tilted just enough to make you unsteady, but not enough to convince anyone else there's a problem. I kept thinking about the mirror on the bus. about how they weren't in it. I tried to explain it away. Maybe the angle was wrong. Maybe the overhead light was reflecting weirdly. But I knew. You know when something's real, even if logic hasn't caught up yet. That's the part that makes it hard to talk about. When you can't prove anything, but your gut is screaming. I woke up late and almost convinced myself not to take the bus. I even stood in my kitchen for a full minute, holding my keys, staring at the microwave clock. I could have driven. It would have taken longer, but I could have done it. But routine has a gravity to it, especially when your life is built around it. It felt safer somehow to stick to what I knew. The bus stop was quiet when I got there. Just me and some kid in headphones. I kept glancing down the street, waiting to see the headlights come over the hill, dreading it, hoping for it. The second the bus came into view, I felt it again, that weird sense of inevitability, like I was standing on tracks and the train was already too close to stop. I got on. My hand hovered over the card reader again, just like the day before. Glenn gave his usual slow nod. I scanned the aisle. They weren't there. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, took my usual seat, tried to act normal. We pulled away from the curb. 10 minutes in, the bus stopped to let on more passengers. A young woman with 2 tote bags, an older guy in a windbreaker. Them. They walked on together just like that, in sync, like they'd choreographed it. Same clothes, same faces, same blank, knowing expressions. They didn't scan passes, didn't speak to Glenn. They just moved quietly to the back row and sat down, right where they always sat. Only this time, the man turned his head, slowly, until his eyes met mine. He didn't blink. And the woman, she smiled again, a little wider this time. I felt ice in my spine, real, physical cold, like someone had opened a freezer behind me. I turned away fast, almost too fast, kept my eyes on the window for the rest of the ride, even though I couldn't focus on anything I saw, just blur. Trees, buildings, movement. Nothing stuck. I didn't check the mirror again. At work, I told myself I needed a distraction, something mechanical, something to occupy my brain. I buried myself in tickets and troubleshooting. My coworkers barely noticed. They were used to me being quiet. I was the guy people liked because I didn't ask questions. Just fixed the thing, said all good, and left. I liked it that way. But now I was cracking around the edges. On my lunch break, I looked them up. Not the strangers, I didn't even know where to start with that, but the bus route. Transit records, lost time reports, anything strange. I found nothing. No accidents, no driver complaints, no notes about fare evasion. Except one blog post, buried in an old transportation forum, posted 6 years ago by someone with a username like Clocks Are Lying. It was about Route 111, my route. A guy said he used to take it every day and once saw a woman in the back row who never blinked. Said he rode that bus for 6 weeks straight, and she never changed seats, never looked up, He stopped taking the bus after that. Claimed she showed up outside his apartment a few days later, just standing across the street. That post had no replies. The user never posted again. I bookmarked it anyway. That night, I stayed at the office late. Not because I had to, just didn't want to go home. Didn't want to be alone with my thoughts, or worse, with whatever was happening to me. Everything felt thin, like the world was holding together by threads, and if I pulled on the wrong one, everything would unravel. When I finally made it back to my apartment, I stood outside the building for a while, scanning the shadows. Nothing, no one. But when I got inside and flipped on the lights, there was a single item on the kitchen counter that hadn't been there that morning. A bus transfer slip. Blank, unused. I hadn't taken a transfer in months. I picked it up slowly, flipped it over. There was something faint written on the back, like someone had traced words with a pen but never fully pressed down. I held it under the light. "We remember you." I dropped it. I didn't sleep. I kept the television on all night, something mindless. Game shows, reruns, anything that reminded me I was still here, still tethered to the real world. The next morning I didn't go to work. I called in sick, which I never do. I told them I had the flu. My manager didn't even ask questions. I spent most of the day researching folklore, urban legends, sleep paralysis, shared delusions. Nothing fit exactly. The closest thing I found were these stories about watchers, entities that follow people not to harm them, but to observe, for reasons no one fully understands. They show up during transition points, illness, grief, close brushes with death. I couldn't stop thinking about that line on the transfer slip. "We remember you." Not, "We see you." Not, "We're watching." Remember. Like I'd done something. Like we'd met before. That night, I stayed away from the bus. I walked to the edge of my block, just far enough to see it turn the corner at the end of the street. The lights looked dimmer than usual. Inside I could see shapes, shadows. Two in the back row, looking out the window, looking at me. I backed into the alley and waited until it passed. I didn't go out again. I didn't ride the bus the next day, or the day after that. I thought maybe I'd broken it, interrupted whatever was happening. But tonight, when I got home from grabbing takeout, there was something new waiting in my mailbox. A folded piece of paper. No envelope. No address. Just a single line written in perfect tight script. "Don't be late tomorrow." I read the note 5 times before I realized my hands were shaking. "Don't be late tomorrow." That was all it said. No signature, no indication of who it was from, but I knew. There was no question in my mind. It was from them. The strangers. I held the paper up to the light, looking for something, impressions, watermarks, anything. But it was just a scrap, cheap printer paper, folded once, perfectly. The kind of paper you'd use if you wanted to leave something behind and have it disappear quickly. The writing was neat, too neat, almost clinical. Every letter spaced, just so. The kind of thing you don't want to believe is real. I dropped it on the table and just stood there, staring at it like it might start speaking again. I didn't eat dinner, lost my appetite somewhere between the mailbox and the front door. I paced the apartment for hours trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to rip the paper into pieces, burn it, pretend it never showed up. Another part knew better. This wasn't going away. I ended up stuffing the note into a drawer and turning every light in the apartment on. Saturday at the kitchen table until almost 3, wired and nauseous, wondering what the hell I had gotten myself into. Or maybe what had found me, because that's what it felt like. Not like I'd stumbled onto something, but like I'd been picked, selected, watched. I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have dozed off sometime just before dawn, because I jolted awake with that feeling like you're falling, like your body forgot where it was for a second. I looked around, lights still on, my neck stiff from the chair, the paper still sitting in the drawer, humming like a warning in my brain. I got ready for work like I was on autopilot. Showered, dressed, poured coffee I didn't drink. I walked to the stop because I couldn't not walk to the stop. I can't explain it. It was like I didn't have a choice anymore. Like the note had planted something in my spine, and now I was just following a script I didn't write. The bus was already there when I turned the corner. Waiting. Same route, same number, same everything. Except it felt different now, heavier. Glenn gave me the usual nod when I boarded. I looked at him harder this time, tried to see if he noticed anything weird, any flicker of acknowledgement, but he was just Glenn. Slightly annoyed expression, always somewhere else in his head. I scanned my pass, made myself walk forward, and of course they were there. Back row, perfect posture, same clothes, same expressions, like nothing had changed. But something had. Because this time, I didn't look away. I stared at them for a full 3 seconds as I passed. The man's lips twitched upward, barely. And the woman? She blinked. The first time I'd seen her blink. I sat down closer to the back than usual, not all the way, but far enough that I could hear them if they said anything, far enough that I could pretend I had control over how this played out. I lasted about 10 minutes before I looked again. Still there, still watching. But the weirdest part, nobody else reacted. No one even looked up. The usual guy who played Sudoku, the woman with the green travel mug, the teen with the half-zipped hoodie, not one of them noticed. It was like the strangers only existed for me. The rest of the ride blurred. Every time the bus hit a bump, I jumped. Every time the brakes squealed, my stomach twisted. It felt like I was riding towards something, not away from it. 2 stops before mine, something happened. The woman stood up. She didn't say anything. She just stood. And the man followed. They moved in perfect unison, like they were part of some old ballroom routine, gliding down the aisle as the bus pulled to a stop. But they didn't get off. They stopped right next to me. I felt every hair on my body stand up. I didn't look at them, but I could feel the air change the way it gets just before a thunderstorm breaks. Heavy, electric, off. Then softly, I heard her voice. "You've kept us waiting a long time." I turned my head slowly, too slowly, like I was underwater. She was looking right at me. Her eyes weren't blank now. They were knowing, cold and endless, like still water that runs deep enough to drown in. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. "We were told you wouldn't notice us," she said, "that you weren't ready." The man didn't speak, just watched. "Ready for what?" I finally managed to whisper. The woman tilted her head, and the smallest frown pulled at the corners of her mouth. "To understand," she said. And then she walked past me, just like that. The man followed. They got off at the next stop. The doors hissed shut behind them. I sat frozen, unsure if I should follow, scream, run, do anything. Glenn looked at me in the rearview mirror. First time he'd really looked at me in years of riding this bus. "You all right back there?" he asked. I nodded. Lied. Of course I wasn't all right. I got off at my usual stop, but I didn't go into work. I walked around for hours just trying to feel my feet on the ground, trying to remind myself I was still real, still here. But I kept seeing their faces every time I blinked. That night, I checked the drawer where I'd hidden the note. There was something new beside it. A photograph. Old, weathered, curled at the edges like it had been sitting somewhere for years. It showed the inside of a bus, my bus. Empty, except for one figure in the second row on the left. Me. Looking out the window. And in the reflection, they were standing behind me. I didn't know what scared me more, that the photo existed or that I didn't remember it being taken. I turned it over, hoping for something, a date, a mark, anything that could explain how it ended up in my drawer. But it was blank, just aged cardboard, yellowing at the edges. It felt real. Heavy, textured. I ran my thumb across the image, half expecting it to smudge, to vanish like a dream when you try to write it down. It didn't. There I was in the second row, staring out the window with that same blank face I must wear every morning, and behind me, clear as day in the glass, stood the strangers. The man slightly behind the woman, both facing me, not smiling, just watching. I sat on the edge of the bed, holding the photo, feeling something strange start to bloom in my chest, not panic, not even dread anymore. Just this growing certainty that I wasn't driving the car anymore. That I hadn't been for a while. I didn't sleep. Again. When the sun finally started to break through the blinds, I found myself still holding the photograph, still thinking, still sitting in the same spot. Like time had frozen around me, and I was the only thing left to feel it tick by. I made coffee I didn't drink, looked at my phone, but I hadn't missed any calls, no messages, No one had noticed I'd been skipping work, or if they had, no one cared enough to reach out. I wasn't surprised. It's strange how quickly you can disappear from your own life without anyone blinking. I left the apartment around 10 and rode a different bus, Route 84. I didn't have anywhere to go. I just needed to move, to see if they would follow. I sat in the back, jacket zipped to my chin, eyes scanning the passengers one by one. All normal, tired people, phones, coffee cups, no suits, no blank stares, no perfect postures. I rode for an hour, got off in a neighborhood I'd never been to, walked 6 blocks just to feel the wind in my face, to feel like I still had a body. And for a while, I did feel better. Then I saw it. Another note. This one was taped to a lamppost at the end of the block. Just a scrap of paper, folded once, pinned under clear tape. "You're drifting." That's all it said. No name, no context, just those 2 words. I left it there, walked away fast, too fast probably, like someone running from an accusation they know is true. That afternoon, I tried calling my sister. We don't talk often, but she's the closest thing I have to family. I thought maybe hearing a familiar voice would anchor me. She answered on the second ring. "Hey," I said, my throat dry. "It's me." A pause. "Okay." "Do you remember when I moved into this place?" I asked, cutting right to it. "You helped me carry the boxes, the day it rained." She was quiet for a second. "I've never been to your apartment." My stomach turned. "What are you talking about? You helped me put together the kitchen table." "I haven't seen you in months," she said. "Are you okay?" My mouth opened, but I didn't have anything to say. Nothing that wouldn't sound insane. "Maybe you should take a break," she added gently. "Get some rest. Talk to someone." "I'm talking to you," I said, more bitterly than I meant to. She sighed. "I mean a professional, Nate." I hung up. I didn't want her voice in my head after that. I didn't want her doubt mixed in with mine. I knew what I'd lived. I knew she had stood in my kitchen, laughed when I dropped a box of mugs. I remembered the thunder outside, the smell of wet cardboard, the takeout we ordered that night. I remembered it. But maybe no one else did. That's what they meant by drifting, wasn't it? The thought sat with me the rest of the day. I didn't go home. I wandered the city instead, riding different buses, slipping into coffee shops and bookstores just long enough to feel anonymous. But that feeling followed me, like a splinter under the skin, the idea that I was slowly becoming invisible, not to strangers but to people who should know me. By the time I got back to my apartment, it was almost midnight. The lights in the hallway were flickering. One was out entirely. I stood in front of my door for a long time, not touching the handle, just listening. Nothing, just the quiet buzz of electricity and the occasional creak of old floorboards. I let myself in. Everything looked normal, except for the photo. It was on the table again. Same image, but now there was a second version of me in the reflection, standing next to the first one. And in this one, the strangers weren't looking at me anymore. They were looking at him. I stared at it, breath caught in my throat, heart thudding like I'd just run a mile. My hands trembled as I picked it up, turned it over. Same blank back. I sat down, photo in my lap, and whispered into the quiet room, "What do you want from me?" I didn't expect an answer, but I got one. A voice, clear, calm, low-spoken just behind my ear, but impossible to place. "You already know." I turned. Nothing, just my apartment, just the lamp on, the hum of the fridge. But I wasn't alone. I didn't sleep that night either. How could I? Somewhere out there, or maybe not out there anymore, were two people who had followed me for years, unnoticed, silent. And now, they were telling me the clock was winding down. I didn't know what it meant yet, but I believed them. For the first time, I truly believed them. And I think that was the moment things really started to change. I stopped taking the bus. I told myself that was the smart thing to do, that if they couldn't reach me there, maybe they'd forget. Maybe whatever this was would lose momentum. Maybe it was like gravity, it only pulled if I stayed in orbit. So I walked. Miles, in the cold, through alleys, along cracked sidewalks, through neighborhoods I'd never noticed before, even though I'd passed them 100 times. I told work I needed time off, and to my surprise, they didn't ask questions, just told me to feel better soon. Feel better. Like this was something a nap and vitamin D could fix. I wasn't sleeping, not really. I'd nod off for minutes at a time, then jolt awake convinced someone was in the room with me. The kind of sleep where you never really let go, where your body stays tense, like it knows something you don't. I started hearing them even when I was awake. Not words, just movement, a shift in the air, like someone was always standing just behind the noise, the hum of the fridge, the rattle of pipes, that little creak the floor makes as it settles. But when I turned, nothing, and yet not nothing. The mirror in my bathroom steamed up when I showered. That's normal. What's not normal is the message that showed up one morning. Not written with a finger, but emerging from the fog itself, like it was always there, just hidden until the glass revealed it. We never left. I stood there in a towel, dripping, staring at those words like they might blink first. The steam faded slowly, and so did the message, gone in under a minute. But it was enough. I started locking every window, leaving the lights on, putting salt across thresholds like I'd read in some old forum post, even though I didn't believe in any of it. I just needed to do something. Then came the photograph. A new one, slipped under my door during the night. Same bus, but this time the photo was blurry, motion smudged, and I wasn't in it. I stared at it for a long time, trying to find my shape, my seat, the second row, the usual place. Empty. Everyone else was clear. The man with the Sudoku, The woman with the green mug, Glenn, halfway turned in his seat. But not me. Like I'd been erased. That's when I started thinking about what the woman on the bus had said. We were told you weren't ready. Told by who? Ready for what? I kept turning those words over and over, like maybe if I said them enough they'd open up and tell me something new. And I couldn't stop thinking about the other version of me, the second figure in the bus window, the one in the updated photo, the one they were looking at instead of me. I started to wonder if maybe this had already happened. If maybe this wasn't the beginning, but the middle, or the end. If I'd missed something important a long time ago, and now it was circling back to collect. Late one night, when the silence felt heavier than usual, I pulled out my laptop and opened a blank document. I started writing everything down. Not because I thought anyone would believe me, but because I needed to pin it all to the ground, make it real, make it less likely that it was all just slipping through the cracks in my head. Halfway through, I looked up, and there was someone standing outside my window. Not at the window. Outside the building, on the sidewalk, 6 stories down. I couldn't make out a face, not clearly, but I could see the outline. Long coat, hat, still, too still, like someone waiting for a cue. I closed the laptop and backed away slowly. I didn't sleep that night either. The next day, I made a choice. I went back to the bus. I needed to know. It felt like walking into a memory you know you've tried to forget. Everything looked the same, but sharper. Colors felt too bright, the air too dry. I stepped on board. Glenn gave his usual nod. They were already there. Of course they were. Same back row, same posture, same silence. But this time, I didn't sit near the front. I walked straight down the aisle and sat across from them. They didn't speak. Not right away. Just watched. Finally, the man leaned forward, lacing his fingers together, and said quietly, "You remember more than we expected." I swallowed hard. My mouth was dry. "What are you?" The woman smiled, gently, not cruel, almost kind. Not what, when. I blinked. That doesn't make any sense. She nodded like she expected that response. You've seen pieces of it already. The reflections, the photos, the notes. The man added, "You thought they were warnings. Aren't they?" The woman shook her head. "They're reminders." I felt my stomach drop. Reminders of what? The bus slowed. A stop I didn't recognize. No one got on, no one got off. The man spoke again. "You died once already, years ago, but it didn't stick." "What?" "You weren't ready," the woman said softly, "but you are now." The bus pulled away from the curb, and something shifted. It wasn't loud, it wasn't violent, but everything felt lighter, as if the whole world had just let out a breath I didn't know it was holding. I looked out the window. Nothing was familiar anymore. Not the buildings, not the streets, not the people walking by. Like we'd crossed into somewhere else entirely. I turned back to them. They were gone. The seats were empty. I was alone on the bus, except for Glenn, and when I looked up at him through the mirror, he was smiling. For the first time ever, I wanted to believe I'd imagined the smile, that Glenn wasn't actually grinning in the mirror, that the corners of his mouth hadn't curled up just enough to turn familiar into wrong. But I saw it. I know I did. It wasn't friendly. It wasn't anything close to human warmth. It was a knowing look like he was in on something I wasn't. I kept my eyes on him all the way to the next stop. When the doors opened, I thought maybe everything would reset, that I'd step off into the street I recognized, shake off the fog, and this whole thing would start making sense again. But the world outside wasn't the one I knew. It looked like my city at first glance. The layout was close, the storefronts vaguely familiar, but the colors were muted, the shapes slightly wrong. It was like someone had recreated it from memory, and they'd gotten most of the details right, but not all. And there were no people. Not one. The streets were empty. No cars passed by, no lights in the windows, no sounds but the low hum of the bus engine behind me. I didn't get off. I stood there on the steps, halfway between the bus and this hollow version of my life, and I froze. Something deep in me, something older than logic, told me that if I stepped into that silence, I wouldn't come back. So I stayed on. Glenn didn't say a word. He closed the doors and kept driving. I don't know how long we drove. It felt like time was unraveling, like minutes stopped meaning anything. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to speak. "What is this place?" Glenn didn't answer, not right away. Then, without taking his eyes off the road, he said, "You should have paid attention sooner." His voice was different. Not in pitch, in tone, detached, like he wasn't really in control of it. I sat back down, heart racing, hands clenched. I thought about everything that had happened up to now, the notes, the photos, the whispers, the reflection of a version of me that shouldn't exist. And that word, reminders. Of what? That I'm dead? That I was supposed to be? Number that didn't make sense. I was still breathing, still thinking, still here. But maybe that's the part I didn't understand. Maybe here was the problem. I stood and walked toward Glenn slowly, bracing myself against the seats as the bus rocked beneath me. "What am I supposed to do?" I asked him. "Why me?" He didn't look at me. "You stepped off the path." "What does that mean?" "You were given more time," he said, "but you didn't use it." My throat tightened. More time for what? To remember. I stared at him, searching his profile for any hint of the man I used to see every morning. The quiet driver with one AirPod and a permanent frown. But that person wasn't behind the wheel now. Something else was. The bus turned onto a narrow road I'd never seen before. Tall trees flanked either side, leaning in close like they were eavesdropping. The branches scraped the windows, slow and deliberate, like fingers dragging along the glass. I looked down the aisle. The back row was no longer empty. The strangers were there again. But this time, they weren't looking at me. They were looking at someone else. Me. The other me. The one I'd seen in the photograph. Same coat, same shoes, same tired eyes. He didn't move, didn't blink, just sat perfectly still in my usual seat, second row, left side by the window. And when he turned slowly to face me, I didn't see shock or confusion in his expression. I saw disappointment, like he'd expected more from me. I stumbled backward, grabbing onto the handrail. "What is this?" I said. "What the hell is going on?" The woman stood first. Her movements were fluid, effortless. The man followed. They walked down the aisle without a sound. The other me stood as they reached his seat. He stepped aside for them, and they passed right through him. Not like ghosts, like mist parting around a stone. Then they turned to me. The woman spoke. "You've seen all the signs, heard all the warnings. We can't follow you forever." The man added, "We've kept your seat open." I shook my head. "I didn't ask for this. I didn't." "You stayed," the woman said gently. "That was your answer." My legs felt weak. I dropped into the nearest seat, trying to breathe, trying to anchor myself in the feeling of the fabric under my palms, the slight rattle of the window, the faint smell of oil and old vinyl. "You still think this is about punishment?" she said. "It's not?" I asked, my voice small. "It's about resolution," the man said. "For what?" "For what you did," the woman replied, "and for what you refused to do after." I searched their faces for meaning, for memory, for anything I could latch onto, but there was nothing, just the heavy sense that the truth was there, inches away, but I didn't want to look directly at it. And that's when I remembered something. A moment I hadn't thought about in years. The intersection near 8th and Logan. The red light. The phone buzzing in the passenger seat. And the shadow that darted out into the road just as I looked down. The screech of tires. The silence afterward. The police said it wasn't my fault. No witnesses, no cameras. But I remembered now. The girl, 6, maybe 7, a red jacket, running after something, maybe a dog, maybe nothing. I never found out. I left. I didn't stop. I told myself I imagined it, that I'd braked in time, but I didn't check. I just drove. The strangers watched me quietly as it all came back, one sickening detail at a time. "You were supposed to face it," the man said. "But you buried it instead," the woman finished. I felt the bus slow. The trees parted. And in the distance, I saw another version of the city. But this one wasn't empty. People walked the streets. Cars moved. Lights blinked in windows. It looked like life. Normal, busy, indifferent life. The woman gestured toward it. "You can still get off," she said. but not as the man you were. I looked down at my hands. They looked the same, but they weren't. I wasn't, and I knew, without being told, that if I stepped off this time, I wouldn't come back to the same world. Because the version of me who had ignored that moment, who had spent years pretending it hadn't happened, he was done. The next step was mine. The bus stopped. No sound, no hiss of air brakes. Just a soft, final stillness, the kind you feel more than here. I didn't move. Outside the window, life carried on. A street I half recognized shimmered in the late afternoon light. People walked briskly, heads down, caught in errands or thoughts or routines. Cars passed. Doors opened and shut. The world didn't care that I'd just come face to face with a version of myself I didn't want to know. It was the indifference that hit hardest. The woman spoke again, voice quiet but steady. You don't have to carry it anymore. I wanted to ask what it was, but I knew it was the silence. The decision I made not to stop that night, the way I told myself it hadn't happened. The way I buried the memory like a body and just kept driving forward, like it was something I could outrun. The guilt had been with me for years, hiding just beneath everything. I hadn't known its shape until now, but I'd always felt its weight. I turned toward them, toward the strangers who had been following me. "Why now?" I asked. "Why not sooner?" The man looked at me like he already knew what I was going to say next. "You weren't ready to remember." "But I did," I said. "I remembered. So what happens now?" He didn't answer. Neither did the woman. The seat across from me, the one where the other me had been, was empty now. Not just vacant, but wiped clean, like whoever had been there had never existed. I looked at the city again, through the window. It looked ordinary, comforting even, familiar but distant, like an old photograph of a place you used to love, but can't quite place anymore. I stood slowly. My legs were stiff, like I'd aged in that seat. I turned to Glenn, who hadn't moved since the last stop. His eyes were still on the road, even though there was nowhere left to go. "Is this it?" I asked. He didn't blink. "Up to you." I looked back once more at the strangers. They were still seated, side by side, hands folded neatly in their laps. "If I get off, what happens to you?" The woman tilted her head, almost kindly. "We follow the next one." "The next what?" "The next person who drifts." The bus went quiet again. I stepped toward the doors. They opened without a sound. I stood at the edge of the steps, one foot hovering in the space between then and now, between the self I'd been and whoever I might be after this. And I stepped down. The air outside was warm, soft, the sun low in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the pavement. No one looked at me, not one of the passers-by. I was just another body in motion, another shape among many. It felt grounding, comforting even. I turned, half expecting the bus to disappear the moment I looked away. But it didn't. It was still there. Same bus, Same number, same faded paint and worn tires. But through the windows, it was empty. Glenn, the strangers, my seat, gone. The bus pulled away, slow and smooth, and turned down a side street I didn't recognize. Then it was out of sight. I stood on the sidewalk for a long time, let the city move around me. Eventually, I started walking. No plan, no direction, just forward. The sounds of the world came back slowly, horns in the distance, a dog barking, a teenager laughing into a phone. Life. I turned a corner and saw something strange. A church I recognized, but it wasn't where it should be. A coffee shop with a name I didn't remember, even though the inside looked familiar. My feet led me to a street I swore I knew, but none of the street signs matched. The world had been rebuilt, slightly, subtly, and I understood somehow that this wasn't the same place I'd left behind. It wasn't punishment, it wasn't exile. It was after. Not heaven, not hell. Just another version. One where the weight had shifted. I passed a small park. A group of kids played tag near the swings. A woman pushed a stroller. A man on a bench flipped through a paperback. Everything looked so normal it hurt. I sat down on a nearby bench and let the feeling wash over me. And then I saw her. A little girl standing near the jungle gym. Red jacket. Black shoes. Same height. Same dark hair tied in 2 neat braids. She was holding a stuffed dog, dirty, well-loved, just like the one I'd seen bounce into the street all those years ago. My chest tightened. She looked at me. Not long, just a glance. Then she turned and ran to join the others. I closed my eyes. When I opened them, she was gone. That night, I went home, or what felt like home. The key still worked. My name was still on the mailbox, but the apartment inside was different, brighter. Like someone had opened a few windows and aired out the ghosts. The photos on the wall were new. I didn't remember taking them, but they were mine. The kitchen table, the one I swore I built with my sister's help, was still there. But when I opened the drawer, I found a note tucked neatly inside. Just one sentence, written in clean, narrow handwriting. "You made it off the bus." I sat down, the note in my hand, and breathed deeply, fully. For the first time in years, whatever came next, I was ready. Because I had remembered, and because I had chosen to step down. The days after I got off the bus felt slow, but not in a bad way, not like before. It was the kind of slow you feel when you've been moving too fast for too long and you finally stop. Like your mind has to recalibrate to silence, like your body doesn't know what to do with peace. I'd never realized how much noise I had been carrying inside, around me, woven into every routine. I woke up the next morning to sunlight bleeding in through the blinds. No dreams, no whispers, just quiet. And for the first time in years, I didn't dread it. The city felt different now, but I'd accepted that. It wasn't mine exactly, but it wasn't foreign either. It was a version, a mirror held at just the right angle to show me what I'd missed. There were people who seemed familiar, but when I tried to place them, the memory would shift like sand in my hand. And I didn't chase it, I let it be. Some things are meant to be remembered in pieces. I started walking everywhere again, not to run from anything, but because I wanted to look, to really see. It's strange how easily you can pass through your life without noticing the details. The way trees lean into each other, the chipped paint on the corner bodega, the way strangers nod when they catch your eye, like some part of them recognizes that you're both real. I watched the buses too. Not every day, just often enough. Sometimes I'd see Route 111 roll past. The number would flicker on the screen up front, same as it always had. And for a brief moment, I'd hold my breath, watching the windows, waiting. But they never came back. Not the strangers, not Glenn, not the version of me who used to sit in that second row seat, shoulders hunched, headphones in, trying to disappear. That man was gone, and I was okay with that. A few weeks after I stepped off the bus, I walked into a support center on the south side. I didn't plan to. I was just wandering and saw the sign. Community grief counseling. Free walk-ins. I stood outside the door for a long time before I pushed it open. The woman at the desk didn't ask questions. She just smiled, handed me a form, and told me to take my time. I didn't fill out most of it, just my name. And under reason for visit, I wrote, for something I saw, for something I did, for someone I didn't stop. I didn't know what I expected from the first session. Confession, forgiveness, answers. What I got was a room with 2 chairs and a man named Dorian, who looked like he'd been tired for a very long time, but in a way that made him patient. He didn't push me to talk, he just waited. And when I started, it wasn't the whole story, not at first, just fragments, feelings, a bus, a pair of eyes that never blinked, a moment in traffic I never truly faced. I didn't mention the words strangers or reflections. I didn't say anything about Glenn. It would have sounded too strange out loud, too far from what people expect grief or guilt to look like. But Dorian listened anyway, and something about that made space in me. Slowly, session by session, I started filling in the blanks. I talked about the girl, how I didn't stop, how I let myself believe that if no one saw it, it hadn't happened. Dorian didn't call me a monster. He didn't pity me either. He just nodded, sometimes scribbled something on a notepad, but mostly he let me talk. And that helped. It helped more than I ever expected. A month after that, I found myself outside the school near my old apartment, not for any reason. I was walking again, and my feet led me there. It was recess. Kids shouting, laughing, chasing each other around like their joy had nowhere to land. And then I saw her. A little girl in a red coat, sitting alone near the fence, talking to her stuffed dog like it was the only one who listened. I froze. For a second, I thought it was her. But when she looked up, she had blue eyes, not brown, and a gap between her teeth that made her grin crooked and bright. Not the girl from the road. A different girl, but still someone. She waved. I hesitated, then waved back. That night, I wrote her name down. Not the girl at the school, the other one. The one I never stopped for. I didn't know it at the time. I never asked, never waited for sirens or names, but somehow I think I always knew. I wrote it down. I lit a candle, and I said it out loud. It didn't fix anything. It didn't bring her back, but it mattered. Saying it mattered. I think that's what the strangers were waiting for all along. Not fear, not regret, but acknowledgement. Some pain you can't bury, you're not supposed to. You're supposed to carry it, learn how to walk differently with it, how to talk through it, how to stop letting it shape your whole damn life. And eventually, how to set it down. Not forget, but stop pretending it never happened. One night, I stood at my window and looked down at the street, the same way I had so many times before. And there, parked quietly at the curb, was the bus. Route 111. No driver. No passengers. Just waiting. I didn't go down. I didn't need to. Instead, I stood there for a while, one hand on the glass, watching it. And when it finally pulled away, fading into the dark like a memory, I smiled. A real one. Because I'd already stepped off. And I wasn't going back.